I tell inside my brain, but I'm so miserable. Feeling sane and it's so hard not to give in to you, and I can hardly breathe. You're the darkness that's possessing me. Is this love or just a product of my sweetest sin? Oxytocin.
I mean, both of those songs are great songs. Man. That is fantastic.
All right, so what are the names of the two if they want to go find those on Spotify?
Well, so I actually just recorded those. I'm working on getting them out.
Okay.
And they're not released yet, but you can find the acoustic just like this on my YouTube, and it's at Just Muse, like everything else. But I do have music on everything. Apple Music, Spotify, everywhere.
Best version of Bartender I've heard. The other one was T-Pain and Akon. But
well, it's Bartender
better.
and then in parentheses, Oxytocin. And it's just about how everyone that you meet in your life, there's a purpose for everything. Yeah.
Deep.
Yeah, it's very deep. I'm a deep thinker. I overthink literally everything in my life.
No.
So-
I mean, that's the best way to live. Chemical and miserable. Man, that's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
That is fantastic writing. When she was singing that in my head, I said, she's going to bust out. Is going to be a fantastic star one day, and you're going to record some of Rockstar's. I mean, Rockstar has some great songs too. Some of them as dark as it sounds like you would like to sing. What was the one about the needle?
That's not me.
What?
I do it every time.
7 Mary 3.
Yeah. Every time he credits that to Rockstar.
I joke with Rockstar about it all the time.
He does have a song, Cavity.
Yeah.
I wrote that in 9th grade. Lance always goes back to Cavity.
Well, didn't Steven Tyler write Dream On in like 7th grade?
Yeah, he wrote that when he was probably 15. Eddie Vedder wrote Better Man when he was like 14.
I can't imagine you guys together on the road, the conversations of riding down the road that big group of people could have, but especially you two with your minds, the way they work. Hopefully y'all had a notepad and maybe jotted down some song ideas.
We really didn't. Nobody really.
I really just made fun of him for eating chicken fingers all the time.
Yeah, you're working all the time. It's like when you get on the bus, the last thing you want to do is, hey, you want to whip out the guitars and kind of sing.
That's right.
tonight?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Dunaway was in music? Hey, wake up, guys. I got to write another song.
Love interest. This guy's not interested. She is. Do something with it.
Write a song today. Thank you. We're out of time
Great
today.
job, Jess.
Come back if you ever want to, and we will carve out an entire hour to listen to the music. Rockstars Lounge. That's the show today. We're back 9 a.m. Central Time on Monday. Remember, like, subscribe, thumbs up on our accounts, on Jess's accounts, everybody's accounts. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, man, we got so much to get to. That Alabama baseball team keeps being impressive. We'll talk about that. We'll get through the show. The end of an era for Montana Fouts. We had chaos in basketball last night that makes you love sports, maybe, if you watched it, because some of us had given up on that series already. We'll jump into that. A lot of football. But I got my Next Round coffee, dark roast today. I'm hitting it. Just if you're in the viewing on YouTube, in the chat room over there, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, we just sent a link deep into the coffee today because yesterday was the day that, and listen, I love it. I love it. I tell Maggie all the time, I love doing what I did yesterday, except when I'm doing it. And that was sunny outside, good day to go to my friend LT's pool or something. But 6.5, 7 hours of counting votes. And in 13 years of us doing the 40 and 40 countdown, I've yet to come up with a way where a computer can do it for me. Surely,
I guarantee you that, what is the AI chat?
Chatbot thing?
Yeah.
could have counted them for me?
Chatbot just writes speeches.
I don't know. You probably feed it somehow.
Yeah.
That some bitch can do everything.
Can Lunsford not figure this out?
We
Lunsford knows everything.
We worked on it. It became, I think, Lunsford, we were going to have to write programs or something.
I mean, I tried to figure it out in the form where it assigned points and stuff like that, but that's all above my pay grade.
You know, but this was a lot easier than in years past, because in years past I was on a DM or email on pieces of paper having to count these. At least the way we voted this year with all of our voters, 67 strong this year, the most we've ever had. All 67 people got
Including
their vote in.
Brown?
Including Brown.
I
Last one in.
voted.
Last one in, Brown.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Last one in. Brown
That's
got
right.
his in.
I voted. Are we going to see ours today?
But it did come out into a spreadsheet, so that did help. It did speed up the counting quite a bit. So Lunsford, thank you for that. Thank you to everybody who participated. We're going to get into a bunch of unveils, but I wanted to give you. What?
If it came out in a spreadsheet, and Lunsford probably needs to answer this, if it comes out in a spreadsheet, can't you just sort by team name, Lunsford? And then you would look at how many lines.
It does seem like that this could be more
you
efficient.
You
somehow.
sort by team name, and then if it's like 67 lines, LSU got 67 votes. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I generated the spreadsheet. I sent it to Jim, and it was out of my hands at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like you washed your hands of it. Yeah. I think that was
67
That's how
times.
you should have done it.
Now, okay, the 25 vote gets 1 point. The
Right.
24 gets 2 points.
Yeah.
So
Well, you sort it, and then you ascend.
You have to sort number one. Georgia obviously is going to have the most
Oh, I
votes,
did
so
that.
that gets 25 for
I
each
did
one.
that.
Then
You
sort
still
number
a
two,
hand
Georgia.
count. Still
Sort
a
number
hand
three,
count at that
Georgia.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that. I had them, but it was still a hand count.
I think there's a way you could probably sort it by votes and then arrange it ascending or descending, so it would be.
I've known you a long time. You know what I've said this since the day I met you.
What's that, Jimmy?
You're a great corporate manager. Is
That's
what
right.
you are.
Yeah.
You're
Did
a
you do it
great
that
corporate
way?
manager.
I would suggest next year you try it that way, Jim.
Or you
Hey.
could go, how you can pick somebody up to help you move furniture?
Yeah.
Or like, weed eat the backyard?
Yeah.
Just go pick somebody up. Pay them $10 an hour.
Now,
Would you trust their counts?
Would that be somewhere in the vicinity of Lorna Road?
it would be, yeah.
Yeah, it actually would.
Yeah, you're also going to need a translator. But I would say that's the way you try it next year. But in typical corporate fashion, we appreciate you doing that,
Yeah,
Jim.
thank you. But I wanted to give you right here, because Taylor is the person who, the only deadline I had was getting it to Taylor last night so she could build a bunch of graphics. The only one I want to show you right now in this first segment before we talk about things on the field. And again, this is the people's vote. And I think it's a better poll than the AP poll when it comes out.
I kind of agree,
You
yeah.
guys are the smartest damn football fans in the world, and we love you. And I've got some observations after hand counting your votes. But here is the 5 teams that just missed our 40 and 40, the 5 teams that did not make it. Minnesota just missed. Oklahoma State, who, by the way, never in this position since Gundy's been there, since we've been a show.
Never been on the outside of 40.
Yeah, I mean, that's deep outside of 40.
Yeah.
Well, I bet there's another team that has never been outside of the 40.
Louisville just missed it. Florida probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Florida would ever be outside of the top 40.
And Mississippi State just missed it. That's not in the exact order they missed it there. That's not on Little T or Forrester. That's on me because I just sent those 5 in no particular order.
And
they
I'll
were
tell
just
ya,
on the outside.
We could be completely swing and a miss. Minnesota in the West, the last year to have the Western Division, they've got an opportunity. Oklahoma State, that Big 12 is always so wide open, and you just never know. Louisville could be improved this year, and Mississippi State, the schedule is really difficult. I agree. Like, Florida, to me, is not a top 40 team.
Of those 5, I had Louisville in my top 25. That's the only one, but I had Louisville in my top 25.
We'll unveil our top 25s a little bit later, but I'm with you, Brown, because we found the nuance in the Louisville schedule that makes us think that they could be a top 25.
That's why. That's the whole reason I put them in there.
So if you're a fan of the Gophers, the Cowboys, the Cardinals, the Gators, and the Bully Dogs from Starkville, we apologize. And we have a lot of people who watch us who are Mississippi State fans, and some of you are voters. And I'll have to go back and check the highest we had Mississippi State. You guys were really, you believe in Mississippi State. I saw it in your votes. They came in, of those people, they came in more in people's top 25 than the others, just not enough on the board to get them in to the top 40. So we start the countdown later on. We will go to our first team at number 40 today. Last year we tried something new for the first time ever, and we ended up not liking it as much. We released the entire 40 on one day, and then we counted down after that. We're going to go back old school, round table days to the next round.
A little suspense.
And we'll go 40, 39, one at a time, and we'll get there.
You know, I wanted to bring this up, Mississippi State. If Mike Leach, tragically passes away unexpectedly, if he's the coach this year, are they in the top 40? I mean, their schedule is brutal. They're going to be underdogs, at least right now on paper, in 6 games. And really, it starts with that 3-game stretch that we talked about, one of the most difficult in the SEC, hosting LSU, at South Carolina, hosting Alabama. They'll be dogs in all 3 of those games. And that's before they get out of September. So they could easily have 3 losses in the month of September.
Yeah, I'm not big on State. Yeah, I'm not big on State. I'm going to need to see a little bit from Arnett. I like Zach Arnett. I thought he was a really good defensive coordinator. I think they'll be solid defensively. But, boy, this offensive metamorphosis, it just feels like we're jumping a year ahead on them.
Let me ask you this trivia question. Not really a trivia question. It's just
do you even know the answer to this?
Yeah. Okay. It's an actual fact. How many SEC teams of our 67 votes? How many of our SEC teams did not get one vote from any person in their top 25? Not one vote.
I would say Vandy did not.
Vandy did not. You're correct.
I would say Mizzou did not.
Missouri did not. You're correct.
I think I'm going to stop there.
That would be it.
I think I'll hold.
That is it. That is exactly right. Those two, Missouri and Vandy, did not, and probably, nobody believes in Vandy. It probably shows where our viewership is in Missouri. But we had 0 votes from Missouri or Vandy in anybody's top 25.
I wonder how many had votes in the top 10. Now, I know 3 probably had number 1 overall votes in Georgia, Alabama, and LSU.
I told Maggie, and this will be the last complaint about counting the vote. Again, I love it.
Hey, Jimmy Martyr, man.
I want you to keep scoring that one, Rockstar. Yeah.
It's been 3 the first segment.
But she had purchased some steaks.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know how you guys do it, but we have in our house budget considerations. We have good steaks, bad steaks. Good steaks, average steaks, right? And she had bought some good steaks and average steaks, and we were going to prepare them differently. The good steaks were going to go on the Kamado Joe, and I was going to,
those are the New York butcher shop
right,
steaks.
From our friends at New York Butcher
That's
Shop.
top line
I was
right
going to
there.
get out there and
Top line, yep.
and cook those. And she's like, "Hey, are you going to be able with all that counting going? I hear you dropping the F-bomb like you're Roy Kent on Ted Lasso up there. Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah. It's just, I'm not great with math and having to do this, adding stuff up every time, moving along.
Oh, we saw that in Breakout.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I wasn't the one. It was little T trying to put the code in there.
I knew that was going to be the biggest problem, not to get on that tangent, but I knew little T.
You called it 30 minutes before it finally happened.
One job.
But I was at about 3:30. Maggie says, "Hey, you gonna grill tonight?" I was like, "Absolutely, but I should be done with this by 6. I'm gonna send it to little T, and I'll be ready to go at 6. About 6:40, she goes, "Hey, you gonna grill? You haven't started the grill yet?" And I was like, "Maggie, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna have to go to the bad steaks." So we end up, broiling the bad steaks.
Broiling.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of is when we first started the Pick 3, way back in the DMB days, way back in the DMB days. There was a caller segment where you called and you gave your 3 teams, Rockstar. So what you would do.
Yeah.
Who would you pick, Rockstar?
Let me get Tulane, Alabama. Who's all been playing?
They are playing Southern Miss.
We have not heard from our man in years.
Hope he's good. So we would do that. But then the other way was via email.
Oh, yes.
Via email. And on Sunday afternoon, I would put it off till Sunday. I would have to go through the emails. It's like, all right, they got Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee. And I mean, it was a far more popular segment than we'd ever envisioned, Lance. So, I mean, there were hundreds of emails. I think like maybe 800 emails. My goal, I would start it on Sunday after church. My goal was to be done by the fourth quarter of the Sunday night game. Like if I could just sit there and watch the fourth quarter of the Sunday night game. Now I'd get distracted in the Dolphins game. I'd have to set it aside. I mean, it was a pain, but I dreaded that every Sunday.
I will tell you right now. Yep. I never knew you were going through that. I apologize.
Yeah, you didn't. Yeah. But I...
Well, I didn't. I didn't know you were going through that. I apologize.
I mean, it's like you guys were the first on the Eastern Shore, and you had machetes out.
We really were.
Like clearing a path.
I mean, in the world of the Pick 3, we were, Lance. That was us.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I mean, I wish I had been there for you.
Yeah.
And somebody wish you were there for me yesterday.
Somebody to talk to about it.
Yeah. And so I went to, it was pre-Lunsford. I went to whoever the computer person was. I said, there has to be a better way of doing this. And like, oh, yeah, all we got to do is create this. I was like, thank you. So that was only one year I had to do that. But boy, it was miserable. I hated every minute.
Look, if we had that, Dunaway wouldn't be able to bitch about it.
No, I'm pretty sure. I bitched about it last year, and I think you said last year there's got to be a better way to do this. We'll come up with a better way.
I said that?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you come up with a better way?
Well, I keep waiting for you.
I think if you'll forward me the spreadsheet, I bet you I could do.
Well, why don't you take it to that little Coinstar thing at the grocery store and let it sort it out?
I'll tell you what I'm not going to do today is send it to you and you hit one magical button.
No, I bet you I can.
And it fixes it. And then all of a sudden, I've got to live with that for the next few months.
No, I bet you I can.
Because, I put it off, too, until Sunday. I went Friday golf, Saturday golf.
Well, I'm a procrastinator.
Because my whole golfing crew, their wives were on mission trips or senior trips with their daughters.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Played till sunset.
my buddies didn't have wives this weekend. And my wife was like, yes. I'm just back from Duke. I've got homework. I've got to go preach at church. Yes. Don't even ask. Go play as much golf as you can.
The answer is yes.
She actually asked, will they let you play twice in one day, or is it against the rules? I said, some people do play an emergency 9 or emergency 18. So I played golf and went out to dinner with the guys on Friday night. I played golf Saturday, went out to dinner with the guys Saturday night. Yesterday, they wanted me to go play again. I said, I can't. I've got to count votes. And
I think you've got 40 and 40 block. Like, I think there's much easier ways to do this. If I could grade almost 300 guys that were gambling on a weekend.
That's true.
With all of their slips.
But see, you know what happens there? Like, I think in your world, there was, oh my God, everyone has Michigan -7. And all of a sudden, Michigan has to kick a field goal just to win the game. And you're like, loser, and that makes it so much easier. You throw out all the Michigan
I still have to go
tickets.
to 301 and I have to have all his slips, and I have to do the addition and subtraction, and then have his total for the week.
Listen, I am not coming here ever saying that I am the smartest. I admit on this show, I think I admit on this show that I am the dumbest person here. And I mean, sometimes I play it up for comedic value, but I don't. For non-comedic value, I think I am a C student who couldn't even see 20 on the ACT. I'm the dumbest person up here. There's probably smarter ways to do it. The only way I can get it done for the company is to hand count it.
Okay.
On a scratch.
Well, I appreciate you doing that.
On a scratch piece of paper. 67 votes.
I saw it. It looks great.
Yep.
Yeah. Five out. I thought you guys did a hell of a job voting.
Thank you.
Really good job. Really good job. And really impressed. And I think if the national media looked at a media market in Birmingham and said, oh, they did a fan vote, how realistic is that? I think they'll be blown away at how realistic our vote ended up being. You'll see it over the next 40 shows. We look forward to counting it down. We'll do number 40 later on. You saw the 5 teams out. We'll talk about our top 25. We'll show you our ballots at some point coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa, and then we'll get into basketball and Alabama baseball over the next couple of moments. Brett says, make sure you guys are listening to Dunaway's pharmacist calling at 12:05 today. Dr. Brett on the road today as he was in there. Bobby calling me Stugatz Dunaway. I wish I was as talented as Stu Gatz. I wish I was as talented as
He
that
always
guy.
drove me nuts.
Did he? I thought it was funny.
Let's be honest. I sort of drive you nuts sometimes, too.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I love that show when I used to listen to it back in the day. But anyway, that special someone, you need to treat them to the gift of luxury. We've got Father's Day coming up. Birmingham's best day spa. It's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell them the next round sent you.
How about sports? Two different teams that we've given up for dead at different points. Show a little life. Number one, when you fire your coach for gambling allegations, Alabama baseball, did everyone just think it was over with?
Yep, very much.
Well, I still don't know exactly the context and how those games were bet and the way their strategy was. I just thought Alabama was a really average team.
Yeah, so all of a sudden they went over the weekend, shutting out Boston College last night. They're on their way to the Super Regionals, which is the Sweet 16, though legalities prevent us from calling it that. It's the field of 16, the final 16 of the baseball tournament, where they go and play the number 1 overall seed. This is Wake Forest. Alabama may not be able to stay on the field. We don't know. They play in the ACC. Alabama plays in the Mammoth SEC. But Alabama survives in advance. Just a couple of stats for you here.
But they're going to get whacked against Wake.
No, you think?
You say that.
They're going to get whacked.
Why?
say
Have you
that.
seen like a price on? I was about to look for a
I
price
would
on-
say that Wake is probably minus 250, minus 300.
Why do you say that, though?
Well, because,
Just
I mean,
'cause
not
of the
only
one
were they the
seed?
number 1 overall, but you see what they did in Winston-Salem this week. I mean, they swept 3 games 48-7.
Yeah, and Alabama lived on the edge for 2 games.
They
That's
did.
for sure.
Let's go Forrester. Quick, off top of your head, Forrester. Who is the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA men's basketball tournament? Easy winner, right? Won the national championship. Oh, no, they didn't, did they? It was Alabama.
Scott talking?
It was Alabama.
Again, the
Oh,
NCAA
that's right,
is
Scott.
a one-and-done
Had to think for a
situation.
second.
In baseball, when you're playing a best of 3, typically the best team wins.
Typically so. We'll see. And listen, uphill batter, 16-1.
I'll go Steak. I'll take Wake.
Yeah, here we go.
But here's the deal. 8th regional championship. But it's the first time to the Super Regional since 2010. That's a long time ago. That's Cam Newton's national championship at Auburn a long time ago, right? A long time ago. 43 wins is the second most wins. The last time they won 43 was 44 in 2006. And they got their 7th shutout last night, only passed by the 1974 Alabama pitching staff on shutouts.
Well, it's very, very ironic, too. It came a month to the day that Brad Bohannon was fired.
1 month to the day.
And they're 13-4 over that month. So they're playing great baseball. But, again, the problem is, and baseball is one of these sports where, you know, we saw a great Dodger team get outed, in the first round of the playoffs, 2 years ago or last year.
Well, just in this tournament, LT, Vanderbilt, they get bounced from their regional, hosting. They were the best team at their regional, but they did not win. Auburn was the best team at their regional. They didn't win. And that's how you get into this situation.
Well, but I will say this about the ACC. 5 teams got eliminated. I think they had 7 in, right? And 5 got eliminated. I mean, I know some SEC teams got eliminated too. You just mentioned 2 of them that were host teams. I believe there are only 2 ACC teams left, Wake and Virginia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It does. I mean, it does make you wonder. Everybody talked about the SEC was the best, the ACC was second.
Go ahead and call them, Brown. They're the Big Ten of Big Ten in basketball.
You do have to ask: was that league maybe a little overvalued? I don't know. I'm just saying, Lance. When 7 get in and only 2 advance out of the regionals,
okay,
I do wonder.
Let's just look at the history of the ACC. I mean, North Carolina's won national championships, right?
Right.
Yeah. Florida State didn't. Miami's won them. Has Clemson won some?
They're
really
good every year. I don't know if they've won them or not, but they're good every year. Georgia Tech used to be good all the time.
Louisville used to be good.
Yeah.
So
now, there were SEC teams that got eliminated. I'm not ignoring that, but I am, and some still play today, like LSU's still playing, Texas A&M still playing. But I'm just trying to make the point that, I mean, of 7 ACC teams, I think only 2 are left standing. So you do wonder if that conference might have been a touch overvalued.
South Carolina does baseball right.
They do.
They advance to the Supers. Tennessee in a great series at Clemson. By the way,
controversy.
The guys with the pool noodles behind home plate, that shouldn't be legal.
Yeah,
a lot of controversy.
So that was bad. But Alabama, South Carolina, and Tennessee advance today. More games. Texas Tech and Florida, winner take all in that one. Could be another elimination if Florida doesn't win. You've got Kentucky playing Indiana tonight. That's an elimination game, so Kentucky trying to advance. Texas A&M, Stanford, Sunken Diamond. Winner of that one advances. Texas A&M trying to advance as a 2 seed. And then LSU and Arkansas, they got to lose twice today to not advance to the Super Regionals. LSU against Oregon State and Arkansas against TCU, but they currently have to be beaten twice. So that's the baseball still ongoing. Alabama softball was eliminated.
You got that backwards. TCU beat Arkansas. TCU's got to lose twice.
Really?
Yeah, they killed Arkansas. They scored like 12 runs in the first 2 innings.
So Arkansas has got to beat TCU twice.
Correct.
Well, you may want to check me on the LSU Oregon State thing too.
No, you were right on LSU Oregon State.
All right. So when we come back, we'll get into the NBA, and that'll start our best and worst of the weekend coming up. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. It was trending one way. And now you wonder if that MyBookie AG line's going back the other way on who to win the series. Brown gave up on it.
I did. I said I'm not watching a Game 6.
I gave up on it.
You gave up. You said it was going to be a sweep.
Over. I said I'm not watching a Game 6.
Yeah, it's not going to be a sweep.
No.
Not going to be a sweep. Tell us about MyBookie.
The Denver Nuggets are favored 2.5 at Miami coming up in Game 3. So Vegas still not jumping all on that Heat bandwagon just yet. MyBookie.ag is where you can play that game. You can play Major League Baseball games. Even the college baseball games we were talking about, you can play those right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. That gets you that $1,000 sign-on bonus when you use code next round. And right now at mybookie.ag, they're making it so easy. Basically, you bet, you win, they pay. All right, that's what it boils down to. You bet, you win, they pay. Get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. Play it right away. You win with it. It is yours and yours forever. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. That is MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. We'll start that off here and roll to that. Hemp Hill for all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs. More on Hemp Hill later on. By the way, if you're wondering about our boy Will Levis, he has not changed at all now that he's in the National Football League. He did an interview at the end of last week, at the end of the OTAs. And, world famously known from this show of eating a banana with a peel on. So he got asked, do you have any other things? We know about the mayonnaise in your coffee. And he goes, well, the best thing I've seen recently is his fantasy football league. Loser, the person that finishes in last place, has to do a punishment. He says, I've never finished in last place. And, fantasy football, we've seen some tattoos and some weird things. And we do these with our bracket challenge punishment. This one doesn't seem as bad as some of the things you've had to do or we've had to do.
Yeah.
But he said his guy chickened out. He said if he'd have finished in last, he would have done this no problem. The guy who finished dead last had to eat a pack of hot dog wieners cold without Frank's. I'm sorry, wieners. Was wieners wrong?
Wieners, you got my attention. Keep going.
It's crazy.
No, I've
call them
actually
wieners.
eaten the cold hot dog before. Did you never?
I think it comes fully cooked, doesn't it? You just have to heat it back up. It's been cooked.
Yeah, it's already
cooked.
lips and assholes,
Yeah,
but
it's been cooked. Yeah, and it's just cold. It's cooled back down.
Now, do I like it that way?
No,
but I think
but you can live off of it.
all the punishments, I think I could eat 12 of those.
That's not a can of cat food.
12 is a lot, man. That would. I mean, in what time period?
Oh, I didn't see that part of the interview.
I mean, it would depend on the time period. They can't go down very well. Do you think?
I wouldn't think, but I mean, if Joey Chestnut can eat 60.
Oh, it's disgusting. That's the most disgusting thing
with the
I've
bread.
ever seen is him eating those things.
I do like J.A. Last place in his league had to take the ACT until they made 18 or better.
Oof.
Keep going, paying to take the test.
Boy, I tell you what, when I was in college, I had to make it 19 to get my get into Jack State. I took it once, made it 19, shut her down.
Me too. And
I don't know that I can make it 18.
And I took it my junior year because you got a little little bell curve for taking it before your senior
Oh, yeah,
year.
you got a little bonus, yeah.
so
No,
I
but
was
you've
like,
got a lot more
yeah,
wisdom. But
check
the
out.
problem is like what?
Ooh, it's
what
not
is-
wisdom, it's knowledge.
Yeah, but I think like the mathematics and the science part would crush.
Oh, I'd get
Exactly.
killed. Yeah.
exactly. And that's a big part of the test.
Do
I
they
think.
have sports and entertainment? That was my category in
Trivial Pursuit.
Can I get movies, please? Movies for 500 on the
Sports and
ACT?
You get a
entertainment.
word box. This guy was president. Okay, you got
By
Abraham
the way,
Lincoln,
that's,
you got a
that's
tree,
part
and
of
you got a
life.
pine cone.
It should be on there. At least they should have life skills, right?
Sports and entertainment on the ACT.
How to balance a checkbook.
Before
I mean,
Brownie
that's-
tells us
nobody
about
knows
his
how to
new
do that.
garage, I will tell you that, Seinfeld was long known as the show about nothing, right?
Yep.
But I was teeing off Friday for golf, and a older gentleman who was a starter at this golf course, one of our courses that's not a sponsor in the area. So I'm there getting ready. I pull up to tee up, show him my receipt, and he says, "All right, before I let you go to the tee box, answer the trivia question. What U.S. president has these initials?" And I was like, "What are we doing here? My guys are slow coming. I've already had a transfusion, so Jimmy buzzed is going on."
Yeah.
And he goes, "MVB." And
yeah.
I went,
Yeah.
Seinfeld. Thank you, Seinfeld. I
Van
answered it
Buren
quickly.
boys.
And he said, "Okay, here's your tee marker." And he gave me a $1 gold coin valued at $1.
Yeah.
And he goes, "You can have that for your tee marker today." And he had like a roll of them. And my buddies were coming up, and I said, "These guys are Mensa. Ask them a question." And they nailed both of theirs too.
Oh, so it was a different question every time.
Yeah, the president. It was president. All three were named this president. With this, I think one was Zachary Taylor, ZT.
ZT?
Oh, ZT.
ZT. What about WM?
It's going to be
William Monroe.
James Monroe was the Monroe. WM. See? You couldn't go into the T.
Walter. McKinley is his last
William
name.
McKinley.
William McKinley.
Yeah, see? You go tougher than that.
He had to run a great campaign. I remember watching his speeches back in the day.
Was it at Tippy Canoe and
Tyler
McKinley
2.
too or something?
Tippy Canoe and Tyler 2.
Tell me about Tough Garages.
They're the ones that are doing my garage floor. Tough Dog Coatings. It is Tough Dog Coatings.
Is it done yet?
They've done the first half, and so Scott's showing video of the first half of it. They had to split the job into two halves.
That's the best way to approach any game.
That's
Brian.
right. Yeah, just get a strategy and tackle it. So Scott is showing you, if you're watching this on video, the before and afters. That's the back part of my garage there. They came in. They did the testing on the moisture. They checked out cracks to see if you have some foundation issues. Thankfully, I passed both the tests, so they were right back out there with their crew doing this great work on my garage floors. And I'm going to tell you, they are gorgeous, man. I've been walking barefoot on them all week. They got a 15-year warranty on this. It is easy to clean. It looks incredible. It will not crack. It doesn't wear out like epoxy does. It does not yellow in the sunlight. You can see more. They got a ton of options. In fact, your favorite sports team logos, they can incorporate those on your garage floor. You heard me right. Your favorite sports team logos right there on your garage floor.
Wait, so I can get Rams put on my garage
You could
floor.
get a Rams garage floor, absolutely.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, Jim.
Is this a national company or are they local guys?
No, it's local guys, and that's what blew me away, man. They are local guys. They're just local businessmen that had already been successful in local business, but they were looking for another challenge, and they started Tough Dog Coatings. This is locally owned businessmen right here in
Wait,
Birmingham.
can I pick my own logo?
Yeah. You can pick your sports logo right there.
Wow, I go the old school Rams
You could,
head.
in theory, go the old school Rams head, yeah. It also exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It is beautiful. It is functional. It just makes your garage look and smell better. I am a testament to this. 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639 or toughdoggaragebfloors.com. That is TUFF, toughdoggaragebfloors.com.
Rockstar, you didn't have a scripted question in the middle of that live read? Like LT and I.
Brown, does your family like it?
Is it locally owned?
Are they nice people?
They are incredibly nice. But Jared was on. You saw
Do they
Jared
swear
was
or smoke when they are working?
I met the
swear
guys.
and or smoke.
Were they on time?
Yes.
I met the guys when they were up here. Awesome guys. I just didn't realize you could do a sports logo.
Yeah, I didn't either till they were at my house. And
Did
they-
you do a dolphin?
they are doing the part of the garage where I park, and that was their suggestion of having the Dolphins logo where I park.
Yeah, why would you not?
But you went to
I'm thinking
flakes
about
now.
doing
It's not going to look good with the flakes, right?
Yeah, they
Or
do the flakes around.
You could do the next round.
I thought about that too.
Yeah.
Because Jennifer brought up, when we sell the house,
That's a collector's item.
What do you want to leave behind? A Dolphins logo or a next round logo? So I don't know.
How about a QR code?
Family crest.
Make it a QR code.
Dunaway just put the American flag, right?
You don't park on the American flag.
Park on the American
I
flag.
know you don't park on it.
You knew my answer before I even said it, Rockstar.
Beat him to it.
Hey, can you give me the the only cut we have, cut one today?
Damn, Brown, you make a mess over here.
That was a spit take.
Did a spit take.
No ways change a facial expression.
Hey, listen. John has already asked the question several of you have in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If you follow us on social media, you know I'm a huge softball fan. I'll be watching the greatest softball team ever assembled, Oklahoma, today. They've got 50 straight wins. They're going to try to make it to the championship series at 11 o'clock. We'll have it on in here. But one of my favorite athletes I've covered in my 30 years ended her career Friday night. And John asked the question, as several of you have since then, did Montana make you cry on Friday night?
But you had to ask that.
I mean, more tears.
It's a no for me. What about me, Brown?
More tears in Montana's post game or in the Ted Lasso series finale is the question. But with the partially torn ACL or hyperextended knee, whatever it's officially going to be, she went out at one point and retired 13 straight batters on Friday night, but they couldn't score. The Stanford pitcher, two of them were great. Stanford plays Oklahoma today. It'll be fun to watch the kid that throws at 73 miles per hour from 46 feet away, try to go against those Oklahoma sticks today. We'll get to see that at 11 o'clock. But Montana ends her career, as does a couple of others, Ashley Prange and Allie Shipman in Tuscaloosa. But here's Montana Fouts reacting to the end of her career.
Montana, just what did your career at Alabama mean to you? And I know it's kind of hard to reflect, but if you could reflect on just how you're feeling right now and looking back at your career.
Sure. It's tough. Ooh. Like Murph said, ooh. Just give me a second. I'll get it out, promise. These people are my everything. They really are. I couldn't have asked for a better place to spend my dream. This has always been my dream. And I will have people for the rest of my life, so I don't even have the words, and I don't know if I ever will be. I don't know if I ever have the words for this, what this place and what Murph and the coaches and these teammates mean to me. I have a home.
Well, it's Montana Fouts the other night, and that's in college sports. You get this in high school if you don't go to play college, and in college sports if there is no professional league or if you're not going to make a bunch of money, and it ends in college. And we see it in some men's sports when they're not going on. It's just the sudden ending of it all. It's a change moment in life.
Yeah,
right?
the finality of knowing that she's never going to put that uniform on, and she is the most, I guess, decorated player in Alabama softball history.
She's the seventh four-time All-American in Alabama softball history. So she'll have her, though I don't like the way it looks, she'll have her picture out on the outfield fence.
Well, here's the way that I would say this. Like, the popularity of softball continues to build.
Yeah.
So where she is right now with NIL and everything and the exposure, I think she's probably the most, at least visual softball player that we've seen in Alabama's history.
Yeah, she hit it at the right time with that NIL, and she's uber popular, and had Kat Osterman and them reaching out to her on social media. But that team, as Forrester pointed out in our text thread the other night, that wasn't one of the best 8 teams in the country. They exceeded expectations getting there. So if your career is going to end, it might as well end in Oklahoma City, not the regionals or super regionals on the way there. So it's a fitting place for it to end, but they were outmatched once they got there, especially without the offense.
I thought it was an interesting comparison. Our buddy Johnny Congdon of ABC 3340 was filling in for Speegs on the Zone last night, hosting it, and he compared it to Bryce Young. Maybe you could argue Montana Fouts best Alabama softball player ever, right?
As far as pitching, yeah, absolutely.
It's a big position in that sport, I'm told. You could argue Bryce Young best Alabama football player ever.
Yep.
And both of them leave. Now, I know Bryce got a ring as a backup, but both of them leave in their starting time without a ring. And it's hard to, at a school like Alabama that values championships, right? It is hard to mesh those two things. Best player of all time, no national championship.
You know what's crazy is even adding on that, Brandon Miller is the most talented player to ever come through Alabama, at least in 1 year. He looks to have the biggest ceiling. So if you look back one day and you think about those three sports, football, basketball, and women's softball, and to have the best all graduate the same year and no championships,
that's tough to swallow. Yeah, it is tough to swallow a little bit.
So that's not my worst of the weekend. That's my best of the weekend.
Oh,
just to have that kind of love for something just makes it.
Did you cry?
When I saw that, when Forrester
Lance.
sent that out, absolutely. It just loved it. And Murphy did say she wants to pitch in the 2028 Olympics, but just think about that. She's got to stay at the top of her game by 2028. I just now think Osterman and Finch, who you've spent some time with, I think those girls are not competing. They pitched until their 30s.
It's forever away.
Yeah,
She'll squeeze out a kid before then.
Yeah, 5 years, a long time. And I made a promise to her that it's going to be hard for me to keep. I won't say what it is, but I said, man, she reached out about an interview we had done, not with her. She saw somebody we did an interview and said, love to meet him one time. And I said, I tell
Buster
you what.
only?
I said, yes, it was Buster. It was actually Luganville. I said,
Buster be scared to death.
I said, if you get this team to Oklahoma City, I'll set that up. I never thought this team would get to Oklahoma
Kid,
City.
if you get out of that hospital bed,
I know the back story on this, and I don't think it would be difficult to set up on either side.
Oh, I thought you guys already had it worked.
Well, I already reached out to somebody for Dunaway, and
yeah, if you noticed, I had that same connection. I quickly backed out of that.
Yeah,
I did not want to get involved.
I
in
don't
that
care because I'll just
I texted one guy too this weekend. He says, that should be no problem.
Yeah. That's what they say at the start. Yeah. That should be no problem means I hope they forget to text me back about this.
This could be a trash story in a month.
Yeah.
I also tried to invite us to the Floribama all weekend long. I was back and forth.
Oh, really? How'd that go?
They're ready anytime.
Oh, okay.
No, we're
really,
really close on that.
Yeah. It started with the fact that Big Earl was already on the dome stage at 6:00. I think it was Saturday.
Oh man,
I said, that seems early for Big Earl.
Yeah.
Are you guys closing early?
Earl got plans.
I think he's pulling a double shift.
No, that's about what time he gets up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was no earlier than 8:00.
No, he's done by like 9.
More best and worst of the weekend coming up. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. We'll get to that. Brown's got a best and a worst coming up in just a second. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Somebody sent a picture of Greg working in the neighborhood and said, hey, whose truck is this? Had our logo on it. That's Greg. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. He's got the logo on the truck and everything else. Those unbelievable offers that he has for you, including the free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook there. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him, locally owned for over 20 years. It's Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Brownie.
Yeah.
Tell me about your best and worst of the weekend. What do you have there?
Yeah, I really don't have a best. I do have a worst.
Wow. So no best from you.
The
life
whole
is
weekend.
best. Yes,
the whole weekend was the best. My worst, and I don't really understand this. My worst. It's a multifaceted worst. All right, and it involves the NCAA. First of all, the way they're umpiring. We threw out Clemson's top hitter.
Right.
Because he's jawing with a Tennessee player.
And does he get suspended? He got suspended the
next game.
Yeah,
got suspended for the next game. That's what's crazy about it.
Much.
A game, by the way, they lost. Yeah. A must-win game against Charlotte that they lost. Probably not having your best hitter contributed to that. We had another guy that was tossed out because right outside the dugout they had the celebration chain or whatever. He also gets suspended for being. I just don't get this.
It's absolutely crazy. And if you watch the Stanford pitcher later today against Oklahoma, she cooks one at 73. Montana does this after a big strikeout to end an inning. They get really emotional, and she does it after every big strikeout. And they don't call it in the women's game. I don't understand what they're doing. The kid running from the outfield, I was told that he said something to the Tennessee player.
Did. There's no doubt. And they were already under a warning.
And then the umpire then said, hey. And then he ran back and said something else to him as he ran past him. And that's when he got ejected. And they were in a warning. But if you watch Tennessee baseball, they sort of bring that out.
They do. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah. But I mean, it was one of those situations where once you get the warning, the next, it's no questions asked. The next violation is ejection, and then it carries the suspension. The other thing somebody's got to explain to me, and I get that this is not the first year this has ever happened. In fact, it's been happening for a long time. If I'm the number 1 seed, I'm in the winner's bracket, and I'm playing in my park, how am I not the home team?
Yes.
Did you realize Alabama played 3 games at Tuscaloosa this weekend, and they were the road team 2 of the 3?
What are they doing, flipping a coin?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That's
to
right.
me.
If I've earned the seed, I should be the home team in every game I play until I lose.
If I'm in the loser's bracket and you're in the winner's bracket, different ball game.
That's right.
But Alabama didn't lose a game, and they were the road team in 2 out of the 3 games. They were the road team Saturday against Troy, and then last night against BC. It makes no sense.
I've seen that too all weekend long. I was like,
I mean, it's not just Alabama, but Alabama was the local one that I was looking at. I'm like, why? And I know
it happened to Auburn last year. I was like, wait, what's happening?
And I think in the Super Regional, too, at least they used to. I think the road team gets the home game day 2.
Right. So 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. But again, if I've earned that spot, I ought to be the home team until I lose a game.
I agree.
Makes no sense.
Fix those 2 things right there. Hemp Hill Services brings you best and worst of the weekend. Remember the name Hemp Hill for your cooling, heating, and plumbing needs. More best and worst of the weekend from you guys. Brown will go through the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to give those to us when we come back right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
For a lot of you, best of the weekend was the Miami Heat getting a big win last night. I don't know if you put money on it or what, but I thought that series was over with. I would have bet anything on a sweep, but all of a sudden, they limited the Jokic assist a little bit. He still scores 41. Kevin Love comes in and is basically a defensive stopper for Miami last night. And give it to Spoelstra. A couple of extra days off, and they figured something out from game 1 to game 2 to come from behind and get a 111-108 win.
Well, they jump out early, and then Denver goes on this incredible run. Denver gets up 15 in this game. This is a team that has not lost since March. At home,
yeah.
They were undefeated in the postseason, and, when they have a double-digit lead, it's almost a given. So you got to give Miami, a ton of credit. And it wasn't like Jimmy Butler just completely taking this game over. It was Gabe Vincent. It was Bam Adebayo. It was a collective effort, much like we've seen from Miami. Max Struss was 0 of 10 from the field in game 1. He comes back, hits 4 threes in the first quarter.
You could have convinced me Miami grabbed a home game in this series, right?
And lost 4-1.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was going to be a sweep myself, Dunaway, but you could have convinced me Miami grabs a home game. To see them grab a road game is very, very surprising. And a game in which Jokic goes for 41.
Now, here's an interesting stat. In this postseason, when Jokic goes for 40-plus,
they lose?
The Nuggets are 0-3.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, I would have.
So it's more about that line that's 28, 13, and 11, and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon, those other guys stepping up.
Well, I know it seems you hear this said sometimes you can't. I think Dan Patrick had the phrase, "You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him." Back in the '80s of SportsCenter, maybe early '90s. You hear the phrase sometimes, let Jokic get his, just prevent everyone else. And I don't know if that is smart basketball or what, but what they were able to do, because he was killed him in game 1 with the assist in the first half, and they took that away a little bit.
That's really why he's so deadly.
Right.
I mean, when you've got a 5 that can distribute like that.
And listen, I saw Jordan, Kobe. I mean, sometimes those guys can score 60 and something and lose a basketball game. So it can work out that way. But I just... Brown, we talk about the Patriot way back in the day when the Patriots were good. Isn't there the Heat way? Isn't there a way the Heat plays and the way the Heat win games? That
Pat Riley.
Yeah,
it's the Pat Riley way. I mean, the Patriot way was a lot about Belichick, and I think Pat Riley is the basketball equivalent of Belichick. I mean, Pat Riley's going for his 10th NBA championship.
Okay, but let's also include Spoelstra there.
No, but I think that's part of the Pat Riley way. I mean, Spoelstra's a great coach, but without Pat Riley basically handpicking this guy, he's never there.
No, I get that, and I think Pat Riley has a lot to do with player evaluation, and that's another thing. We talk about the 4 undrafted guys that are key contributors on this team. I mean, that is the New England Patriot way, but Spoelstra, for the adjustments he's able to make from game 1 to game 2, I mean, that's the sign of a great coach.
Yeah, it's the fact that they did it with a bunch of parts and not, Jimmy Butler's a superstar, but it's a bunch of parts there that made it look good for the Heat last night. MyBookie.ag gets you into the games. If you want to jump on the hockey tonight, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals, Vegas up 1-0 after a 5-3 win over Florida. 7 o'clock TNT tonight, Brownie.
Yeah, when's Game 3 of the NBA? August?
It's a couple of days. When do they do it again?
I mean, my God,
I think it's tomorrow night.
We traveling by? Are they having to walk to Miami?
A couple of days to get to that Sunday night window. TV pays for everything, man.
Hey, here we go. Major League Baseball is back in full swing. MyBookie.ag, your one-stop shop for all your betting needs for Major League Baseball, for the NBA Finals, college baseball, all of that right there in MyBookie.ag. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. Here's what happens. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you call MyBookie.ag. And you get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. That is with code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. Play it instantly. It is yours and yours forever when you win. Whether you're a diehard or a casual, it simply does not matter. Now is the time to get on board with MyBookie.ag. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. So bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That's MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Before Brown gives us some of the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room best and worst of the weekend, JD on the best baseball team making it to Omaha. Tennessee was dominant last year. Did not make the College World Series. I think Alabama has a chance against Wake Forest LT.
No, I mean, again, it's baseball, and you're right. I mean, Tennessee seemed like Oklahoma softball at this time last year.
Shane writes in, thanks for covering both of those issues on baseball, Brownie. No idea why Bama had to be the away team twice in their own baseball park. And then year of hot dad summer, better known as Jay says, So Montana wants to meet Joe Exotic. You're on to it, Jace. That's who she wants.
Presidential candidate.
Yeah.
Joe
I
Exotic.
think he's pinned in somewhere. I think he'd be pretty easy to meet. You got to talk to him through a pane of glass. But
Hey, Joe, always wanted to meet you.
Yeah, so
Other best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill Brownie.
Craig's best. Bama baseball is worse. The ejection suspension of the Clemson player. We just talked about both of those. And a lot of people, John's adds, the Clemson ejection was the very worst. A lot of people are saying, Tennessee, that's exactly what they're trying to get you to do. If you're Clemson, you can't bite it. Jeff, the Clemson ejection was trash, just awful. For us not doing a Clemson show, a lot of people are upset about a Clemson ejection, but I understand why.
People are cheering against Tennessee, I think.
Well, I think so, and I think you just don't like seeing officials take over a game. And that's what it felt like, is that the officials were taking over a game.
I tell you, though, this Tennessee team, where you would thought they would really be in this situation last year, they've been under the radar compared to what they were last. There was always a flex going on last year with this team.
Bama 26.2, best of the weekend. The McNary pitching performance last night for Bama. I think he was 7 1/3, if I'm not mistaken.
7 2/3.
2/3, yeah, very good. And his worst, the Troy shortstop of the error that gave the winner's bracket to Bama. Not a great throw. I don't want to second guess here, and I don't know a ton of baseball, but it looked like first baseman, you got to come off the bag there, don't you?
Got to come off the bag.
The one thing you can't allow is the ball to start bouncing around and free runners.
Baseball's funny, though. I mean, sometimes you got that cannon of an arm at shortstop, and it's easy that ball starts moving on you, right? Just like when you just uncork one when you're pitching, the best fastball is not, the hardest you can throw it straight. Right, it's fast with movement. Well, sometimes when you're a shortstop and you just uncork one from deep in the hole, or just a easy fielder and you're on cork room, sometimes that thing will take off on you, or it'll slide on you a little bit. And you're right. Baseball, the first baseman's first job is to stop that baseball.
Yeah.
The second job is to get the out.
I've got to lead. There are runners on. The one thing I can't let happen is that ball get past me if I'm a first baseman. And I think even if he comes
and that's it. Without the error, they win the game.
Oh, they win the game. Absolutely. Game's over. And I think he might even have a play if he comes off with the catch and swipe. It's going to be tight. I don't know that he could have done it. But I know what doesn't happen is runs don't score.
Got to catch the ball.
Yeah, you got to catch the ball first.
More best and worst of the weekend. Brownie, you have any more over there?
Okay. Michael's best went to Blue Ridge for the weekend. Blue Ridge is gorgeous. Y'all ever been to Blue Ridge, Georgia?
Yeah, I got
pretty little town.
Golfing trip coming up in that area.
What course?
Cherokee,
do you know?
going up to Cherokee, somewhere.
Oh, Cherokee, North Carolina.
Yeah, somewhere in the Cherokee, North Carolina.
Yeah, Blue
area.
Ridge, Georgia's not terribly far from there. It's a beautiful little town.
I've been to Blue Ridge. That's where I did the treehouse stay that one time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me and the kids and Maggie stayed in a treehouse. Had a blast.
Yeah, like a Swiss Family Robinson.
Yeah.
What was better, the treehouse or glamping?
I enjoyed glamping though too. Both, just different. One was just me and Maggie, and the other was me, Maggie, and the kids.
Yeah.
So.
It's just it's the only difference is how you create warmth in those situations, right?
Well,
Whether it's you and Maggie or you Maggie and
one
the
had
kids.
heat.
Glamping, though, you covered all corners where no snakes or scorpions could get in. What about the treehouse?
I was worried about squirrels. No, it was too cold outside.
Ticks.
You didn't want the squirrels to get your nuts.
Yeah.
Michael's worst. Bama needs better hitting with the great pitching they had this year. I'm assuming he's talking softball since it's past tense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did I hear right that they were 4-17 in games where they gave up 3 or more runs?
Yeah,
I think that's right.
I think they
or
average
4-11, something like that.
Like I think you can go back and look. They don't have many games where they score more than 2 runs in big, meaningful games.
Yeah, and I saw this morning that this Oklahoma team's averaging almost 9 runs a game.
Yeah.
And they've got 3 pitchers. One's 18-0 with an 0.82 ERA.
Yeah.
One's 18-1 with a 1.08 ERA. And then the final one is 17-0 with a 1.13 ERA.
We'll have it on this TV 3 down here at 11 o'clock, because Stanford has 2 pitchers. They're the ones that shut out Alabama. The first one throws a ball, which I don't understand how you can throw it underhanded, and it drops off the table. So frustrates the hitters because it's not coming in. Then they bring in the girl. She may start, the true freshman. Brown, it is 73 with movement almost every pitch. And
do you know what 73 is the equivalent of in baseball?
I think, I did a lot of math yesterday. I think it's 102.5 miles per hour.
With movement.
With movement.
Ooh, how do you
it's
get
rising, cutting.
Yeah.
And wait till you see her pitch today against the best in the world, the Oklahoma team.
Yeah.
So that'll be a great showdown. if she's heating it up at 73 and you got those big bats from Oklahoma. Now, when you hit 73 miles per hour, it goes a long, long way.
A check swing, you can get it out of the park. With some of those girls.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just make contact, basically.
Just make contact, and it launches. All right, that is our best and worst of the weekend. We'll keep them rolling throughout. 73 is over 100 miles per hour for sure. So thanks for that
movement. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll jump into the football. We'll show you our top 25 ballots. 60 of you ended up voting, and we had those from the staff up here to throw their votes in. We appreciate you guys putting your votes in. The 40 and 40 is done. We'll get to our number 40 team later on today, and we have a little conference realignment news that broke Friday after our show that has a lot of people buzzing this weekend. All that's still to come the next hour of the show. This is The Next Round, being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home, make it Montevallo. Just down the road from here in Birmingham. It's a great location in central Alabama. Students come from all over the South to Montevallo. 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. So maybe your kid, your son or daughter wants to continue that athletic career, great academics, wonderful campus life. And as a father of a student at Montevallo, my favorite part, the price point, reasonable tuition. Can't get that everywhere. Check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from, great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light. is on now.
Well, you saw in the commercial break there a little snippet of the back room spelling bee this past time. Forrester, your mic, please. Your worst of the weekend, I see, over in the chat room was the spelling bee.
That's correct.
Why? Well, first of all, apparently you can't spell correct. Well, I mean, why was it your worst of the weekend?
Yeah, Rocky.
I'd say I did a little bit better than Rocky.
Well, I'll tell you this. I helped little T. She had some words going in, and
so it's your fault.
She was like, "I need some additional words," and I gave you guys really, really difficult. You know what seemed like convenience. I can't do it.
And these kill me.
Diarrhea. We didn't get that one, but that one gets you every time.
Yeah,
both ways.
More ways than one, right? So Taylor was the one giving out, as you see in the video, and she was throwing easy ones to Rockstar and hard ones to you.
She was giving me hard ones, but we had a controversial ending.
So go check it out. Don't give it away.
No.
Back room. Stay till the end.
It kind of goes back to the Madden tournament.
Oh, did somebody pitch a fit?
No. Afterwards, we just did some checking on things, and Lunsford won with an asterisk.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I think asterisk was one of the words.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to spell it.
So someone developed the spelling bee hit stick, causing fumbles?
Well, yeah, something happened with the host, let's say.
All right. With the host?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it that little T?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
But she have to put a combination in, did she?
If you missed that story, we became, I think, the first people in history not to escape from an escape room on a team building outing, and LT blames it all on little T.
No, it's just, Leighton, who did trash right here at this seat, who, by the way, now she's, hey, you think every couple of weeks I can come in and do trash? And I was like, get Anna Kate. You guys can just have the show. But she came in.
Bad idea.
And she said,
well, I think we love being here with you guys every day, all 4 hours. We love it.
It'd be funny to let them have at least a segment, though. But she said that 60% of people get out. But she said the problem was with us that we were the worst that she's ever seen do the train escape as far as like time and where we were when it ended.
And we told her, she also offers, people get tips and advice when they're breaking out. We didn't want any.
Right.
Yeah. Which in hindsight was
probably
horrible.
a bad idea.
Like I've gotten addicted to this. I don't know. It's not really addicted, but the way I start my day now is with Wordle, which I think there's probably other people out there that do. And it's only one word a day.
Uh-huh.
And it kind of stimulates my brain to get me going in the mornings. But there's ways that you can like get hints with that, but I refuse to get the hints.
Yeah, I'm not a big hint guy either. Either I'm going to do it or not do it. Sliced pizza is a hint, though. It's a life hack, actually, if you're looking for a great lunch. One slice and a salad is what I love to do. 2 slices in a salad, pizza to go. It's always easy with our friends at Slice.
Yeah, whether you're looking for that big-time lunch or you just want to get out and take care of the family tonight, they've got that carry-out special. You get 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas. Go with the this little piggy. And the Bajaya special today. How about that? Soul Pie, Hot Mama, great pizzas created by the late Jeff Bajaya, the legacy carried on by his brothers, Jason and Chris. 4 great locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Is it really this little piggy, Rockstar? You always... I
don't know. I just think it's just always something with a pig.
I think it is this little piggy.
I think is it just the little piggy, maybe?
Maybe.
This little piggy? Go check that menu out. All right, let's get to college football here in a second. Before we get to our votes, the 3 of us, our ballots, and Taylor's got a nice little graphic built of our ballots that we put in. A couple of on-the-field notes from the weekend. Ole Miss picked up the big receiver from UTSA, Jakari Franklin, who the past 2 seasons has been All-Conference USA and has had over 1,000 yards in receiving. He was considered the best guy left out there, and he's now a wide receiver at Ole Miss as he goes there this weekend. That is a player that if he is able to get on the field like he did at UTSA, will have a big impact.
He'll be the number 1. I
think he'll be the number 1?
Watching Zakari Franklin at UTSA and the spots I watched him this past year, or actually the last couple of years, this is what people are going to point to the problem with NIL. Because Franklin was very content, very productive for one of the best Group 5 teams out there, and they had to pay Frank Harris, their quarterback, to come back. because Frank Harris had a lot of landing spots, and UTSA just doesn't have the funds to pay all these guys. And Franklin got an offer that he probably thought he couldn't refuse.
And beyond that, it highlights the difficulty if you're on a UTSA level. That's a really good team this year. I would imagine, I don't know if they're going to be in our top 25, but I would imagine they got a lot of votes. And here you are in June. All right, camp starts when, Jim? August?
Yeah.
Here you
July,
are
1st of August, yeah.
in June, losing one of your best players. Now, they knew this was a possibility. It's not like in the middle of the night this kid disappears.
Yeah, he's been in the portal since April, but there's always a chance he could still come back.
That's right. I mean, the longer it goes, maybe the less likelihood that he's able to go somewhere. And now here you are in June. If you're UTSA, I've lost one of my better offensive players. How do I replace that? You don't.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. I mean, you've already recruited. Recruiting's over. Your time in the transfer portal is over. You've gotten everything you can get. I mean, you're just going to have to play this season without him. And that highlights how difficult this era of football is for the UTSAs of the world, a really good team.
By the way, 4-star quarterback from Little Rock, Quentin Murphy, picked Ole Miss over the weekend. He's for the 2025 class, so not the current class that's being recruited, but the one after that, who's leaving Little Rock, Arkansas, to go play at Ole Miss. A couple other commitments from Saraland, Alabama. KJ Lacey, 4-star quarterback, picks Texas, part of the 2025 class there. 4-star quarterback from Saraland, 6'1", 180, going to Texas. And then Alabama picked up a big running back recruit for 2025 over the weekend, Anthony Rogers, who played at Pike Road, that continuing to grow program down south of Montgomery, or in the Montgomery area. And he recently went to IMG, though, in Florida, which tells you he's a stud. He is a big 4 or 5-star guy, depending on where you're looking. Picks Alabama for 2025 over Georgia, Florida, Auburn, and Oregon. So those are a couple of recruiting news. Let's get to our ballot that we sent in. We're just 3 of 67, so this will not give away on who's number 1 or number 25 or anything like that. But I just want to look at each ballot and sort of jumpstart some discussion because, I think Ole Miss, UTSA, and just in that transfer portal news there, both of those are interesting teams to look at because I think you could be all over the board where you rank one of those. Forrester, I'll let you choose one first. You just pick one out, the graphic that Taylor built of our ballot, and we'll go off of that. You just throw up either one of them there, and here we go. This is going to be the Ryan Brown one. So, Ryan, walk us through your top 25 rankings. Save 25, obviously, for the end because that's got to be a cool Steve Spurrier moment. But let's start with your top 4. If that's your playoff teams, Georgia, Ohio State, USC, Alabama, walk me through that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, Georgia with their schedule and everything, that Kirby has built there, I think it's going to be hard not to go number 1 with them. I'm a little bit unknown, obviously, on quarterback at Ohio State, but I do trust that they can get that right. Ryan Day always has. And I just don't think Michigan can keep the thumb on them that long.
By the way, they go, the people in Columbus that I read or listen to seem to think that could continue into the season, them playing 2 quarterbacks.
But it's just one of those where, a little bit like Alabama, and I know it's an unknown at number 4 in Alabama too, Jim. I just trust they're going to get it right. Michigan at 5. LSU, I think, is very good at 6. The problem is they play at Alabama. I think that could be the difference in them playing for the SEC and not.
So you skipped over USC. Back to USC.
Oh, I apologize.
So in the what seems to be an uber competitive, every guest we have on, talking about how talented the Pac-12 is at quarterbacks and how good that league can be, you think USC can stick the landing enough to be a playoff team?
Yeah, absolutely I do. Yeah, I think USC can win the Pac-12 and can be a playoff team. When you look at their schedule, they host Utah and they have to go to Oregon. That game Saturday, November 11th is huge at Oregon. But I do think they can win the league.
So if this was the selection show, the first 2 out for you would be Michigan and LSU.
Yeah, and simply put, Michigan has to go through Ohio State and LSU has to go through Tuscaloosa. And that's my decision there. Texas, I'm big on Florida State, Penn State, Oregon in my top 10.
That third line, Texas, Florida State, Penn State, those are sort of sexy offseason, not dark horses, but people are expecting really good really
Well,
good
I think Texas
seasons.
is loaded on offense. I do. You know, they do have to come to Tuscaloosa, and then they've got to play, you know, the expanded Big 12 schedule this year. But I think they're loaded on offense. And we talked about it last year. They were very, very close last year, very close. Florida State's going to be a sexy play. Penn State is going to be a sexy play. And as you could tell by where I have Clemson rated, I think Florida State beats Clemson. I like Oregon. I'll just kind of bounce around on some of those teams. I probably have Ole Miss a little bit higher than most at number 20. I'll accept that. I didn't get into my group of 5 until number 23 with Tulane. I still think they'll be there.
You've got no UTSA.
I do not have UTSA. I did not put them in there. No.
So you rolled with Tulane.
I went Tulane, yep.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Same league, right? Tulane, UTSA, both American?
UTSA has gone to the American.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know they have. Tulane's an American team.
That
right?
is correct, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're. I mean, that's a. At some point, Tulane UTSA will be a hell of a football game.
Yeah, should be. People are pointing out I've got a little bit of a drop for Tennessee. I do. I mean, I've got Tennessee at number 15. But I do have a little bit of drop for Tennessee. But
Yeah.
I mean, I think 15, that could be a 3-loss team right there.
Kansas State, Oklahoma, Washington, UCLA, Ole Miss, North Carolina through 21. UCF in its first year at the Big 12 at 22.
Yep. I think Gus can get them to 8 or 9 wins. That's what Gus does. So I got him at number 22. Then Tulane, Louisville, and Jacksonville State at 25.
Yeah, first time ever.
First time I could ever vote for JSU.
For them to be in the voting. So congratulations to Rich Rod, and they're supposed to be their Conference USA. They're supposed to be a fairly good football team again this year with Rich Rod as he's carrying that program up.
They get South Carolina out of conference, Jim. Battle of the Cox there Saturday, November 4th. Williams-Brice.
Let's do Lance's next and let Lance. And again, this is not the 40 and 40. This is just Brown's ballot, Lance's ballot, my ballot. Just 3 votes of 67 of the votes voted on by you, our viewers, and our listeners. Lance's top 25 look like this. Lance, first of all, your playoff teams: LSU, Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama. Do you really think three SEC can get in there?
I'm going 1 through 25, the best teams coming into the season. I don't think that's going to be the end-all, be-all when it comes to the college football playoff. If you put me on the spot right now, I would probably go LSU, Georgia, Kansas State, and Clemson.
Okay, so the 5 and 6 would replace Ohio State and Alabama. So you think Ohio State would miss the playoffs?
Excuse me. Ohio State and Kansas State.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to jump over them.
So LSU, Georgia, Ohio State, and you'd flip-flop Alabama and Kansas State there.
Yeah, and I'm just playing like, Georgia did lose a lot. They lose a lot every year. It doesn't matter. They just kind of restock and do their thing. But, how good is Carson Beck going to be a quarterback? I mean, we know – and I'm still surprised that Jaden Daniels was as good as he was last year. I think he's going to be better. We've seen in year 2, Bob Stoops, Urban Meyer, Kirby Smart, Nick Saban have really special seasons, and it just seems like the way LSU, from where they started in that loss to Florida State to the way they ended, I think LSU is going to be a problem for the SEC this year.
Okay, so Kansas State at 5. So you think they still dominate the Big 12 again this year, or win the Big 12?
Deuce, it's a 10-win team. They lose Deuce Vaughn. They lose their best pass rusher. But outside of that, Chris Kleiman's got everybody coming back. And, maybe it's better that they were the hunted, or that they were the hunter instead of the hunted last year. But I think Kansas State, Kleiman's got this thing. He's got it dialed in.
And you think Clemson bounces back?
I do. I think there is going to be a huge difference with Garrett Riley taking the offense over. I think Klubnik's going to be, we were wrong on DJ, but I think Klubnik's going to be that guy.
If I'm a Michigan fan or even a USC fan, 8 and 9 does not look good to me.
I agree. Look, J.J. McCarthy is probably the favorite quarterback that I've seen under Harbaugh. You've got Corum coming back at running back. I just got a feeling that Michigan drops off, loses a couple of games, and SC was really fortunate to be where they were last year. They gave up 29 points per game.
That's what the
defense got worse.
That's what the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room is asking. So, Brown had them as a playoff team. You don't have them as a playoff team. The question was, so you're expecting them to play defense this year, Brown?
I mean, I don't think it can get much worse.
No, I think the defense will actually be better. Now, what that is, does it equate from 29 points per game to 24 points per game? I think it's going to be better. But, again, you've got some really difficult road games for USC, and I just think they drop a game or two.
You do have UTSA smack down at 14. Tell me why you love this team.
Well, I don't like the fact that they lost Franklin to Ole Miss. I didn't even realize he was in the portal. But, Frank Harris, they've got 10 starters, now 9 starters coming back on offense. This is just one of those teams. We always have a Group 5 team that, creeps up and comes out of nowhere, and I think that's UTSA this year.
Texas A&M, high. Some people would say high for you, the way you usually talk about Texas A&M, but you sort of hinted on Friday that you think this would be a fairly good year for the Aggies.
Yeah, I think Connor Wegman, I think they've got their quarterback. They've obviously got talent all over the field, and with Petrino coming in, I think the offense is going to be much more dynamic. It's not going to be that stale Jimbo offense we've seen in the past.
Now, you're 16-17, I'll throw in 18 and 19 of Notre Dame, Oregon, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. Some disappointment there for a variety of reasons. One, Notre Dame, they bring in Sam Hartman. I'm not as high on Notre Dame as some people are. When Hartman initially went there, I was like, okay. But the more I look at this team, I wonder what this team is. Do you think Notre Dame fans think 16's a good year, average year, bad year?
Well, I think they're going to think that that's probably a bad year. They're coming off 9 wins. Again, it's year 2 for Marcus Freeman, so he's got time to get everything acclimated. They've got some really difficult games, and I don't know if Hartman can stay healthy for the entire season.
Oregon at 17 with Bo Nix at quarterback.
Pac-12 has gotten much more difficult. I do think Dan Lanning's a good coach, and, can Bo replicate what he did last year? I mean, Bo was outstanding last year. I just don't know if he can have that season again.
Oklahoma, I don't know what to expect of them, and Tennessee fans are going to be disappointed when you see them at 19.
I just think Hendon Hooker was a tremendous quarterback. Look, you're going to get efficient play at that position when you're talking about, the offense that is run there under Heupel. I just don't think Tennessee can be as good as they were last year.
Texas Tech down there, South Carolina, UCLA, and there's Auburn at 25 for you. You think Hugh Freeze can make an instant impact?
Well, I think 8-4 is going to get you in the top 25 in the SEC, especially with that schedule. And I think Auburn's going to be one of these teams, much like LSU last year in year 1 for Freeze. He's that good of a coach. And with the upgraded quarterback at Peyton Thorne, I think they get better and better as the year goes on.
All right. I'll show you my ballot and a couple of observations from counting all the votes. Coming up in the next segment, the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. Again, thank you to all of you that went to our website and got in, and we narrowed it down and selected a handful of you, try to spread it around for Alabama and Auburn fans, other SEC teams to get a nice vote. And I'm telling you, I think I say this every year now, but this seems to have been the best, most realistic voting I have seen to date.
Well, before I tell you about Simpio, one point, Goose over in the Vulcan Automotive Tire and chat room said we have to do this again with Utah. I've got Utah at 7, but again, they've won back-to-back Pac-12 championships, and 3 years ago they were, a half away beating Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game from being in the 14 playoff. I mean, Utah's been knocking at the door.
No, they
for 3
have
straight
been,
years.
absolutely. If they can keep Cam Rising upright.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's back healthy, I guess is the way I should say it.
But we say it every year. In fact, we should have memes created that says, find you someone that looks at you the way LT looks at Utah. We should get that meme.
Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
I'll show you my vote, but then I'll give you a couple of observations on just a pattern of you guys voting that I found very interesting. That is coming up as we roll on right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Let's go. Birmingham Squadron season tickets and the NBA preseason game are now on sale. See future NBA stars at a fraction of the cost by calling 205-719-0850 or by going to birminghamsquadron.com to get your Squadron season membership plan. All season ticket holders will receive complimentary tickets to the NBA preseason game in their season ticket location. And groups of 10 or more can buy their tickets now too. birminghamsquadron.com for details.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Ethan writes in, says, I went to see Tyler Childers, 824 songs. I would say 8 of the 24 songs were covers to songs. I had no idea he'd sung before. Is that common? Was kind of disappointed.
Is it common to see that many covers? Is that what he's asking?
I don't know. I'm just reading as
that's interesting.
8 of 24 seems a little heavy.
Yeah, I mean, a third. You know, normally you get 1, maybe 2 covers when you're established. And I think Childers is one of these guys that's established enough. He's got enough material.
Yeah, but I don't know where he is. You know, he supposedly doesn't sing some of his original stuff in concert because he wrote it when he was on drugs and he doesn't like. But now you've said you've heard he's going away from that.
He'd gone back to singing the hits.
Yeah, if I was his therapist, I would tell him, hey, look, that's what got you here. That's in the past, and it can remind you of things that you don't want to do anymore.
Yeah, I would. And that does seem like a lot, but like I saw Garth Brooks and I saw Eric Church, and both of them, they play for a long time. So I would ask 24 songs, how long is that? If you're putting on a 3-hour show, you know, when Garth Brooks broke into some covers or Eric Church broke into covers, I sort of liked that little part of the show.
It was one of the best parts of Garth's show, and he did he probably did close to 8 because I know he did 4 Skynyrd songs. He did a whole Skynyrd set, basically.
Right.
He did Fishing in the Dark by Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. He did David Allan Coe. I mean, that's 6 right there.
Yeah, but I think when you're as big as Garth is and you have that kind of massive show, you can get away with doing more. And I think it's, you know, unique when that happens when you're Tyler Childers.
I'm looking at the set. I think he did 4 covers.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
The Old Country Church, Hank Williams. He did Tom Turkey, a Charlie Crockett cover. Tulsa Turnaround by Kenny Rogers, and he did an acoustic version of Sour Mash, a Corey Brandon song.
Yeah, I would have known none of the covers. I would have been like, hell, he's just singing his own stuff.
It sounded to me like you were reading me the specials at Cracker Barrel.
the Old Country Church. You don't like Tom Turkey?
I'll take a little Tom Turkey and give me some of that Sour Mash.
Y'all ever stopped at the Bates House of Turkey?
Oh, crap, yeah. I used to love
it. The food is so good, it's a shithole.
Oh, it is.
You know, it's like the carpet's like mildewed.
I have to tell my family this all the time.
I get it to go.
No, I have to tell my family this all the time. Do you know how good the food has to be at those places for them to stay in business? That's like you pull up to a lean-to or a place like when we were going to the George Strait concert. We stopped at a restaurant attached to a service station, and my daughter was like, "Come on, Dad." I'm like, "Baby, this place has been in business forever. Do you know how good the food has to be to stay in business in a crappy-looking place?" That's the best restaurants are crappy looking places.
I not to comment on their building, but it was when I first started dating and then marrying Maggie, when we were driving to Gulf Shores to Ono Island to her dad's house, it was a mandate. We had to stop there, going and coming.
Well, you don't have to say it, but I think they only use 40-watt bulbs as like the highest.
Yeah, good turkey
wattage
sandwich, though.
Because they don't want you to see the stains on the floor. That place is dark. It's dank. But their food
I
is
think
legit.
it was decorated by the same people that decorated my trailer back in the day.
Oh, I could see that.
They had a turkey and dressing sandwich. It inspired my turkey and dressing
Are
sandwich.
the walls plywood?
I think it's called paneling.
Paneling.
As somebody that grew up in Calhoun County that had paneling in their house growing up, that's what that's called, yeah.
All right. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmond Vodka. LT, it doesn't matter what kind of room he's sitting in. He doesn't mind a Redmond Vodka. Though,
I
right?
love me some Redmond Vodka. Again, it's a locally owned and operated product. Get behind it. It's available in 22 states. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Patrick says, definitely had the paneling in the mud puddle, 100%. I thought every house had paneling from back in the day. Have you ever seen a house that had shag carpeting on the wall? It's
Yes.
awesome.
I'm going to have to remember where this was, Dunaway, but it was like a basement, and you went downstairs, and everything was carpeted except for the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's a weird look.
I used to have some shag carpet in the old original Club LT, which it just seemed to fit. But I'll tell you this, the Flints built their own, they built out their own basement, the kids. So they had sectionals of the plywood. So their walls were literally a quarter of an inch thick. So you could hear.
No privacy there, huh?
Oh, no, you could hear everything going on.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, back to our 40 and 40 countdown. Again, we'll start unveiling the teams today for the next 40 shows to get to our number one. Number 40 is later on, but this is my ballot, just one vote. We gave you Browns and LTs the last segment. All of them out on social media. Taylor built the graphics. She's sending them out. Brown, I'm with you. I'm going Georgia, number one. Until you show me you can beat the top dog, I'm going to go with Georgia. I go Ohio State, Alabama, and Texas in my top four. I'm going to buy into Texas getting there. An observation about the Big 12 in just a second. I have Michigan and Clemson just missing out. LT, I've got LSU, your national champion, at number 7, and I have them there because I think Alabama gets them in Baton Rouge.
You mean?
In Tuscaloosa after losing to them in Baton Rouge last year. So LSU is 7 for me. Penn State. I believe in Oregon. I believe in Bo Nix. I believe that nobody in that conference has committed to improving themselves defensively more than Dan Lanning has this offseason. And they lost some parts on offense. But with Bo back, the defensive-minded head coach, I think Oregon plays the best defense in that league and wins that big showdown against USC.
Well, I think Utah is going to play the best defense in the league.
They've got it at home, that big showdown. So that has historically been a difficult place to play, Alton.
Just ahead of USC at 10. Good year for the Aggies for me. Probably a little less on the expectations compared to others with me at Florida State 12, Tennessee 13. Kansas State is good again at 14. Oklahoma. Oregon State, DJ Uiagalelei, out of the pressure of the Clemson grind with a really good coach and a good roster. I think DJ looks good at Oregon
this
State.
Is going to be Jonathan Smith's best quarterback he's had. Say what you want about DJ, and look, DJ's been really inconsistent and at times looked straight up bad over the last couple of years. But I think with Jonathan Smith, there's going to be some progression here. I think there'll be more of a comfort out of the spotlight in Corvallis. And I think Oregon State's going to be really good again this year.
There's UTSA for me. I got Auburn at 19. I love the people Hugh Freeze has brought in to try to improve that team. And I think with their schedule, LT, you say 8-4. I think with their schedule, 8-4 may have them as high as 19.
It could be, yeah. I mean, with the SEC as difficult as it is, and maybe the most difficult schedule in the SEC.
And did I not see North Carolina on either one of y'all's?
No. I thought about North Carolina was one of my last out. Drake May is that good.
Drake May's coming back, right?
Yeah.
They're a top 25 team to me. Washington, I've got Louisville in there too. Brown, Ole Miss, Texas Tech, and Utah. So that's my 40 and 40. And again, one of 67 votes. We'll start breaking them down a little bit later on. Much like Nick's, DJ goes to a weaker conference and looks better. Thank you, Goose. I agree the same thing happens. DJ gets out there, and I don't know if it's a weaker conference top to bottom, a lot tougher teams top to bottom, more deeper, I should say, than the ACC, but I think defensive football out west is different than defensive football in the South, even in the ACC.
I think that showed last year when you had Bo Nix, who struggled at times on the consistency at Auburn, going out there and just lighting it up.
I am still fascinated, though, by that Oregon at Texas Tech game. And you had Texas Tech in your top 25. I didn't even have them there, even though I think Joey McGuire has got that program headed in the right direction. That is a tough road trip for them. And I know we talked to Luganville about it, and he made a great point with Texas Tech's unknown at quarterback. It's hard to pick them in that game right now. That's a difficult road trip, though, for Oregon very early in the year. And you lose that one, you're right behind the 8 ball if you're them.
So here's my big observation as I counted all 67 ballots. The Big 12 got a lot of respect, as did the Pac-12. And their teams, a variety of teams, kept showing up on ballots. Like all of a sudden, you'd be like, "Oh, there's an Iowa State. Oh,
right.
there's an Oklahoma State. Oh, there's a Texas Tech." You just had so many teams coming up from the Big 12. That league, UCF, got a lot of love. That league is going to be so deep this year. Try to pick a winner in that league. I mean, it's easy to go with Texas's roster like I did, or Oklahoma. Surely Oklahoma bounces back, or you go with the team that won it last year, Kansas State. But then
or by the way, the team that played for the national championship in TCU.
Yeah, it's like the forgotten team.
Yeah, and so it's just all over the place in the Big 12. And as I was counting the votes, the variety of teams you could choose from the Big 12 or the Pac-12, because you have USC, you have Oregon. You had a lot of love for Utah and a lot of love for Washington because of what Michael Penix did, and he's returning at Washington last year.
Yeah, and year 2 and Caleb DeBoer. I mean, the job he was able to do in year 1, I mean, that offense was at times in that conference unstoppable, much like USC's.
On the flip side of that, the lack of votes you got from other Big Ten teams and other ACC teams. I mean, we're an SEC show, so most of the people who watch us are big SEC fans. So no matter how I try to manipulate the ballots to get a good widespread voting base, you still get, I mean, only Missouri and Vandy didn't get a vote in somebody's top 25. Everybody else, even Florida, got some top 25s and such. But outside of Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, then you had a few Wisconsins. Not a lot of votes for the other schools in the Big Ten. In the ACC, you had a lot of Clemson, a lot of Florida State, a few North Carolina and Miamis. Not a lot of vote anywhere else. Very top heavy in the Big Ten and the ACC. Not a lot of, if you just throw out a conference schedule, like the Big 12 for a TV partner, you're like, okay, man, that's an impactful game. We may have two lost teams playing, but it may be for first place in the conference because there's not a lot separating 1 to 7. In the ACC, if I'm doing the ACC television conference games, if it's not Clemson playing, Florida State, or Clemson playing North Carolina, or Clemson and Miami, or Florida State, and the combination of those teams, you can get some really bad-looking matchups pretty quickly.
I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if Duke wins the Coastal.
Really?
I'm not.
Did they? Oh, and this is a bad question. I think they have one more year of the divisions, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, Duke was 9-4 last year. They finished a game back at North Carolina.
No, they're out of the divisions this year.
I thought they were still in divisions.
I think they're out of divisions this year.
Okay. Well, then never mind. We'll see Clemson and Florida State.
Good.
Everybody else, see you later.
Yeah, good. I hope they're out of divisions. The quicker everybody can get out of divisions, the better.
I would rather be out of these divisions too, because much like the Big Ten West, for years, what you had with the SEC East, the Coastal's just no good.
Yeah. Now this is from last year, but I mean, if there's no divisions, Clemson, Florida State seems a likelihood you get that one twice if there are no divisions. And, I don't know that Florida State can beat Clemson twice. And I'm not saying Clemson, obviously. I think Florida State's probably the better team this year, but it's that tight. But there again, I don't know if Clemson can beat Florida State twice.
Bobby writes in and says, Gus Malzahn's now been at UCF long enough to start destroying quarterback development and offensive line talent levels. It'll start to show up this year. That's another wasted top 25 vote if you put UCF in there.
I had them in there.
I think they'll be the most successful of the 4 teams that are coming from the other conferences to join the Big 12 from the American and independent BYU. I wish BYU's good team from a couple of years ago was the one coming into the Big 12 this year.
I mean, Kalani Sitake's always got a physical team. I've said this a million times. They really play for him. And Keaton Slovis, he's a quarterback that does have a lot of talent. We saw it at USC, and Pittsburgh.
Third different school or 4?
Yeah, this is number 3.
Number 3.
Pittsburgh, it wasn't as good as we thought it would be, but maybe BYU going back closer to West Coast, he recaptures some of the magic he had early on.
Brody says Louisville, Virginia Tech, Miami, Virginia, NC State are below their average level, and it's hurting that league. Yes.
Yeah, look, NC State, not as good as I thought they would be last year. Virginia has tailed off. Miami was atrocious in year 1. Virginia Tech just hasn't been Virginia Tech since Frank Beamer.
No, you're right about that. They are struggling, and I don't know that Brent Pry can get them back there.
Yeah, Louisville, though, big upside for them. Brownie and I both had them in our top 25. Our friends at Wayne's want to celebrate 50 years of service to the first Central Alabama, now the entire SEC footprint. 50 years at Wayne's. We say congratulations to them, and they're saying thank you to you by offering you $50 off some of their services, $50 off their lawn care service, $50 off their mosquito protection, $50 off their pest control or termite protection, and you can stack those up to save $50, $100, $150. All you have to do is use our promo code TNR. TNR. Go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or call them up, 866-WAYNES1. This is for new or existing customers, so no reason not to take advantage of the great deals from our friends at Wayne's. The promo code is TNR. Just go to callwaynes.com or call them up, 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round. Appreciate all the pictures you send in of you in the TNR gear. You can get that at nextround.store, nextround.store. That'll take you right to the store there. You can buy our coffee there. You can buy any of the cool gear there. We appreciate you sending pictures. Those rolling in on over the weekends or Mondays from beaches and pools and stadiums and such. I love those every time I get to see those on social media. The Bills picked up Leonard Floyd to add some depth to their pass rush over the weekend. They also re-signed Ed Oliver to a 4-year, $68 million deal. Now or never, I guess, for the Bills, but here we go, right?
Yeah, look, Leonard Floyd, 1-year deal, and this is a guy, former Georgia Bulldog that was really kind of under the radar on that Rams defense that won a Super Bowl, but he's a guy that gets after the quarterback, and he was a big factor in them winning a Super Bowl. And then you look at Ed Oliver, coming out of high school, he was that guy that probably Houston probably paid a lot to get him there before NIL. And we were, the thing people probably remember the most is him having to take his jacket off with Major Applewhite.
Yep, yeah, I do.
And Ed Oliver was really good at Houston, didn't play a ton, but he's one of those guys that's going to have a better professional career.
It felt like he was one of the early players that, and I think this was the genesis of the Major Applewhite situation, Lance. He was one of the early players that probably took a little time off in college to protect the pro career.
Probably so. And, in this Buffalo team, nobody's really talking about him. Like I'm hyping up the Bengals. I hear a lot of people, it's going to be Kansas City. There's a lot of other teams people are talking about in the AFC, and a lot of people believe Buffalo's missed a window.
It was just last year, though, that everyone was talking about Buffalo.
Right.
That they're the team. This is the team that's finally going to get their shot to redeem those 4 Super Bowl losses.
Well, and I think people feel like that division's only gotten tougher year to year, adding Aaron Rodgers. The huge question mark, the massive question mark in that division is the health of Tua Tagovailoa, because if Tua stays healthy, with the additions Miami has on the defensive side of the football with Jalen Ramsey, and with what their offense was when Tua was healthy last year, that is an extremely difficult division to navigate, if Aaron Rodgers is anything like vintage Aaron Rodgers has been.
Yeah. It's just going to be one of those things. If you survive with 10 wins in the AFC East and you just get to the postseason is kind of where you want to be. But, to me, there's 5 teams that scare me in the AFC, and that is the Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Baltimore, and then I would go your Dolphins if Tua is healthy.
Yeah.
Always
That's the big if.
Always an if there. Our friends at Coca-Cola, they delivered the Core Power to us as well. 26 grams of protein right there.
The taste is just incredible. Like, I don't know about you guys, but
It's like drinking a chocolate milkshake.
Yeah, chocolate milk was like my favorite growing up. Yeah. Absolutely love it. This is what you get with the Core Power, and this is a meal supplement. We only get 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes to eat, and I'm one of those I don't like. Dunaway was always great at eating a meal over 2 hours.
Still do.
Yeah, and you still do that. I just can't do it. I like to knock mine out immediately, so this is a good meal supplement. And after a workout, I couldn't get up this morning after a long weekend, so later today I'll get a workout. I'll have another one of these right after. Again, 26 grams of protein. It's complete protein. It's fantastic. It's from our friends at Fairlife and Coca-Cola. Pick some up. You can get it at your local convenience or grocery store.
Yeah. And I'm hitting the Body Armor Light today to hydrate, also from our cooler over there. We appreciate our friends at Coke Zero, as well as our friends at Bud Light. Don't forget Wednesday night, we're back at Top Golf on Wednesday night with our friends at Bud Light, getting ready for the Legion FC, who take on Inter Miami in the round of 8 in the U.S. Open Cup soccer. So we'll be out there with our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Same time, Brown. We're going to be out there. Show up around 4. We'll be out there 4, 5 o'clock, 6
somewhere
o'clock.
around there. Yeah, we'll let you know.
And we'll our friends at Bud Light will be giving away a lot of gifts again as you jump into their bay and hit some tee shots, enjoy some drinks and food, and then walk over to Protective Stadium to cheer on the Legion FC. You can get your tickets at bhmlegion.com for that contest next Wednesday night. Let's try to break our hometown record of 12,700 plus. Get more fans in there. By the way, Inter Miami comes in. Inter Miami enters Birmingham with a new coach.
Oh, they just fired their guy.
They fired Phil Neville. Sounds like one of the Neville brothers.
Wow. So Beckham's getting a little impatient, huh?
Yeah, not happy. They're at the bottom of their standings in the MLS.
That's terrible.
But they're winning in the U.S. Open Cup. So an opportunity again for Birmingham. Furman will let us know later on in the week whether Birmingham has a chance again on winning Wednesday night. But in typical soccer lingo, they didn't fire him. They sacked him. Phil Neville was sacked by Inter Miami.
So he can't go back out on the pitch?
They're coming to Birmingham for that. All right. A couple of baseball notes I want to get to after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. My man C. Stu, got to see him on Saturday. He was poolside. Always good to see C. Stu. But look, one thing you don't want to do is clean the dirty, dangerous gutters out. You work all week. Last thing you want to do is get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call 823-2212. Get an absolutely free estimate from our man C. Stu. It's back with a lifetime warranty. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
I don't know what NWAD's talking about. I was talking about this Wednesday, right? Did I say this Wednesday?
Yeah, it is this Wednesday.
Yeah, I thought I said this Wednesday.
Yeah.
This Wednesday, we're out there at Top Golf, if I missaid that somewhere along the way. You Braves fans, I never try to get into your head, but I'm fair in saying not big fans of Marcello Zuna, right?
Yeah, I don't think they much care for him, no.
Yeah, and so he hits a 415-foot single yesterday and gets pulled out of the game because he wasn't hustling.
Yeah, Snicker replaces him, and Sean Murphy comes in the sixth inning. And, Ozuna's just got, it seems like a black cloud. Look, he's still got power. He's a guy that is obviously a big threat. He's only hitting 227, but he does have 11 home runs in 44 games.
He was huge in their World
2020,
Series, right?
Well, going back, he wasn't. I guess he was big in the World Series, but even in 2020, he was the guy that I feared the most in that lineup, being a Dodger fan.
That's right. It was 2020. He was so good. He was out for 2021. I believe.
Yeah, 2020, he was incredible.
He's a guy that is not a fan favorite, and I think if they end up moving on from him, he's eating up a lot of salary. So
well, he's in the third year of a 4-year, $65 million contract. I would assume that he will not be re-upped.
Okay, so he gets pulled. They win the game 8-5. What is surprising to me, as the Braves have today off and they get ready for another big series with the Mets, is that is not a battle for first place anymore. The Mets are no longer in second place behind the Braves. Neither is the Phillies. It's the Miami Marlins. And they have an amazing story going on right now, because this show, you guys have had great respect for Tony Gwynn all these years. Luis Ariz of Miami is hitting .392. He had 7 hits on Saturday and Sunday combined. 7-hit games. He's .392. He's 145 batting average points above the major league average right now. And he's a threat right now to get that 400 mark that's always so elusive.
Do I remember as a kid growing up, maybe even as a teenager, somebody made a serious run at 400 one year?
George Brett did.
I was going to say George Brett.
It was 1980. He hit .390.
That's well before my time.
Didn't Robin Yount or Paul Molitor do it
I
as
thought
well?
Molitor, maybe Tony Gwynn. There was going into maybe August, they had a legit shot at 400.
Tony Gwynn did 1 year, but never ended up with that. The closest,
it's impossible to
do.
do.
The closest I've ever seen is the .390 with George Brett.
Yeah, you're never going to, it will never happen
Yeah,
again.
and this kid's not going to do it.
And George Brett at .390, how far off was he from getting, it sounds like he was close to being a 400 hitter.
Probably 7 or 8 hits.
Oh, that few? To get from .390 to 400?
Yeah, maybe more.
No, not over the course of a season.
What do you have, about 500 at bats?
Yeah, so think about that to raise his average 10 points. That'd be a significant amount. You're a good ways away at that point.
It's the best through 60 games in 15 years. For a hitter right now, Ariz is. He's 8 of 204. He's only struck out 11 times. And that's, what Tony Gwynn was known for, right? He put the ball in play.
He was 5 for 5 on Saturday.
5 for 5, 7 hits over 2 days.
Well, of course, it helped they were playing the A's.
But the Marlins
It's the
are one of
newly
these surprises.
resurgent
I mean, the Marlins are sitting 4 games over 500, only 3.5 back right now.
Yeah, that's what I said. I got into this, that the Mets and Phillies aren't in second. It's the Marlins, and he's one of the reasons why, and their pitching always good. 60 games into the season, they haven't been 4 games over 500, like LT said, since 2014. So there's the Marlins. Maybe it's not the Mets you have to worry about as a Braves fan. Maybe it'll eventually end up being those Marlins. And as I always tell you, when in doubt, I just assume the Braves are playing Miami. It seems like when I want to watch a Braves game, I want to watch them play anybody but Miami. And anytime I turn it on, it's like, dadgummit, they're in Miami again.
Yeah, who the Braves got this week, Dunaway?
Miami. But they play the Mets tomorrow after a day off. That should be a lot of fun. One more note. Oh, by the way, a day baseball today. Or not day baseball, but one that you can watch if you don't have a package. 5:40 FS1 Kansas City in Miami tonight. One other note. From Baseball After Brownie tells us about JohnstonRVCenter.com. This is the potential for the first ever father and son to do this. Never been done before in Major League Baseball. But there's potential of it happening.
Interesting.
It won't happen either, but
but
60 games in, there's potential.
All right. Well, listen, they want you to get lost in the great outdoors at Johnston RV Center. A new or used RV from Johnston RV Center is a great way to get lost in the great outdoors. The 2023 travel trailers they've got are just $179 a month starting out. Fifth wheels from $439 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for details. They also still have that military discount. If you're active duty or retired military personnel, ask them about your discount at Johnston RV Center. They always have that lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer. So everything 2 years old and up, lifetime warranty there at Johnston RV Center. They stand behind their product. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, always online, Dunaway, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Bobby says, speaking of baseball, my best of the weekend was Trey Richardson of TCU, 3 home runs, including 2 grand slams.
In the first 2 innings, I think it was first and second inning, he had a grand slam in both innings,
and then got an infield single, as if that's not enough. He then took third on a single to center field, so he's got speed and power, is what Bobby is saying there. So the college baseball continues today. Must-win games for Florida, for Arkansas, for Kentucky, and for Texas A&M for them to survive. LSU's got 2 shots to eliminate Oregon State to join Alabama, South Carolina, and Tennessee in the Super Regionals. The other baseball note is from Bo Bichette of the Blue Jays, who currently is hitting .336. His dad, Dante, one time hit over .330 for a season as well. They'd become the first father-son duo in Major League Baseball history to have a season where they hit .330 or higher in Major League Baseball history. The Griffeys never did it.
That's hard to believe.
The Alous.
No, you're not talking about... Oh, yeah, no. So the Griffeys never did that, huh?
The Griffeys never did that.
That's hard to believe.
Remember, Rocky?
330 is a big average.
No, it is.
We were doing the show, it was with Ian, and Bo Bichette was in the Little League World Series. And
really? That's right, yeah.
Because Bo, I forgot who his teammate was, but it was another Major Leaguer's kid. And they were out of like Winter Park, Florida, and we had the head coach on talking about it.
No, I don't.
You don't remember Little League head coach?
And it's just hard, because you see these Little Leaguers and, they're dominant, but you never see these guys really grow up and be dominant at this level.
No, you're right about that.
Where'd Denny Almonte go?
Yeah, he had that birth certificate issue, and I never really heard much from him. But there's always like that stud in the Little League World Series. But how often do you see them make it to the majors? To your point?
Who was it? The chubby kid that was on, I remember he had a green uniform. He was on the cover of SI.
Yeah.
It was when, I don't know, it was back in the late 80s probably.
In the commercial break, I'll do a Google search of, Little League World Series stars that made it to the big leagues.
You're not going to find very many, I don't think. There was
Sean
one.
Burrows was good.
Yeah, there was
Sean Burrows, yeah.
There was one that played for a team out of upstate New York, and I'm trying to remember who the major leaguer was, but I remember them doing the story about how he played at Williamsport.
Okay, we'll roll through that when we come back. This is the next round. Did you tell us about Johnston RV?
I did, Jimmy D.
JohnstonRVCenter.com. Go get that beautiful vehicle there, the tag-along, and just enjoy this summer. It felt great this weekend. We've had amazing weather. What a great way with our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com to get out and see America. Back to college football when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll unveil our first 40 and 40 team in this segment. We'll get to that coming up here in just a second. Jim Dunaway along with our buddy Lance Taylor right here. That's Ryan Brown. We're brought to you this hour always by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. I think this is the first weekend in 3 weeks I have not had chicken from Champy's fried chicken. I've been swinging by there.
Come on, Dunaway.
I'm craving it right now. Sterling and the crew, lunch is open for you right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. The great Southern fried chicken. What I love about it, cooked to order, steaming hot when it comes out. So much so you got to let it cool off a little bit. I like to cut that little piece in it to let that heat come out a little bit before I can throw it in my mouth. Enjoy the great sides. I get the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. The 3-pack is an appetizer. Every time I roll in there to start the meal off, little heat to that. Kicks pretty good there. The great sides and the wonderful caramel cake dessert made specifically for our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken. They can handle your tailgate and all your needs right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champy'schicken.com. Okay, to the 40 and 40 team in just a second. But Matt Hayes of Saturday Down South, the guy who comes on our show occasionally, enjoy his writing. He says that the reason the SEC did not pass the 9-team scheduling thing when he was down at the SEC meetings, he writes today in his first and 10 is who's to blame, and it had a picture of Nick Saban on the picture, and I was like, well, I could not read this and assume it's going to be Nick Saban.
But
let me read it.
I guess you read it.
And he doesn't right out say it's Nick Saban, but he says it's Alabama. And this is his explanation. And let me ask you if you guys believe this is true. He believed there was a handful of teams that were for the 9, handful of teams that were for the 8, and then there was Tennessee, Auburn, Arkansas, and South Carolina that really had not decided yet.
Okay.
That Tennessee, Auburn, Arkansas really financially were not all in on the 9 yet because of, some years you may have the 4 home games and 5 road games. South Carolina had said, according to Hayes' sources, they were going to vote with the majority. Whatever the majority was, good for the league, we're going to vote for the majority. Whatever.
So easily swayed, South Carolina is.
Basically a proxy vote.
We just want to be on the winning side.
Proxy vote.
Yeah.
And Matt said his sources tell him that when Alabama started to waffle, when Greg Burns started with, do we have enough information, when Nick Saban talked about the 3 permanents, when there was some waffling from Alabama, which looked like it was going to be enough, if Alabama was in on 9, they would carry South Carolina and likely it's almost like politics. They'll carry Ohio and all them.
John Dean. Was it John Dean? Howard Dean. That was the guy's name. Remember Rockstar?
Woo! We're going to take South Carolina, Iowa, Texas. That when Alabama hesitated, that opened the door for Tennessee, Auburn, and Arkansas also to say, let's rethink this a little bit. Let's pause a little bit, slow it down a little bit. And that's how it ended up falling apart at the 11th hour down in the Gulf Coast for the SEC meetings, that Alabama's waffling sort of left it open where it was easy for Auburn, for Tennessee, and Arkansas to go with Alabama and not pass this, and South Carolina, then going against it as well because they were going to go with the majority.
I said this on Friday. There's nobody that has as much juice in the room as Nick Saban. And I really believe because of those 3 permanent opponents, hey, let's wait and let's see how this thing shuffles out. They were all in on 9. They waited, and I really believe, could be completely wrong, if Alabama and Nick Saban would have been all on board on 9, I think it probably gets pushed through.
Well, what's interesting is that if you read the story, it's almost a given that Texas and Oklahoma will, because of their neutral site game, be all in on the 9.
Yeah, I think they're already playing 9, even though it'll be harder in the SEC. But I think the big issue is the neutral site game.
So that's going to they believe that'll be enough to push the vote through next time. But they like to come out of these things 14-0.
Or the perception, at least you guys lost. Let's flip it around and everybody vote yes. So it looks like you're unanimous. What did Matt say as Alabama's issue here?
I guess nobody knows, but he cited, Nick and Greg had, some concerns about balancing of the schedule.
It's the permanent partners.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
And Greg Burns said, I may need more information on how we don't know how the playoffs are going to handle the 9 games, and things like that. And he made a point saying, we asked Sankey that, and he did everything but roll his eyes. He sort of sighed, paused, and, gave an answer that we've provided, countless amounts of information on the 9-game schedule.
If it's let me just ask you this, and I'm not saying this happened, but could either one of you envision this scenario here? You're Alabama, and you don't like those 3 opponents, and you're getting Auburn and Tennessee. Your issue is, am I going to have to play LSU every year, right?
Yeah, I would assume that when Alabama went into this, you just assume historically you were going to get Auburn, Tennessee, Mississippi State, because Mississippi State's the team you played the most.
That's right. But it turns out to be LSU because it's what ESPN wants.
It's the most watched rivalry in Saban's time there.
So let's just assume all of what I said is true. All right. You're Nick Saban and Greg Byrne. You probably are the swing vote. If they knew all that information you just said, if they knew however I vote, if I put us over the yeses, South Carolina's going to jump on with me. If I keep us in the no's, South Carolina's going to jump on with me. So I've got 2 votes here, and I'm probably the swing vote. I think everybody's made up their mind. Do you try to play a negotiation game with Greg Sankey, and say, look, I know you want 9 games, and we'll be on board, but you're going to have to go to ESPN and tell them we're not doing LSU every year. Now, that sounds like Alabama running scared,
Yeah.
which they've historically not really done.
And see, that's why I keep saying, why is this a big deal? Because guess who Alabama plays every year already? Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU.
But look at JA in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. In 24, and now it just went out of the picture, Alabama's going to play in Madison, Baton Rouge, Knoxville, and then probably either Texas or Oklahoma.
Yeah. I mean, you're the best program in college football. You and Georgia right now, but you have been over the last decade.
But guess what? In 2024, when they're doing this one-off schedule, Alabama's still going to play in Madison. They're still going to, well, I guess there's no guarantee it'll be in Knoxville and Baton Rouge.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that we're returning these home games this year.
But again,
now wait. If you're ready for the S to hit the fan, wait until Alabama, Tennessee play back-to-back years this 2023 and 2024.
It happened to Auburn and Georgia.
Yeah, but it could happen in 20. It's a one-off schedule, so there's no guarantee you're returning those games in 2024. Or if you have to play back, if Brian Kelly has to play back-to-back in Tuscaloosa, or if Alabama has to go on the road both years to Auburn. You want the S at the van. If it's a one-off schedule, there's no guarantee that just because you're home against that team this year, that next year you're going to be away to that team.
I mean, they had to do it to Auburn and Georgia to adjust.
Because Auburn wanted to move that Georgia game away from the Alabama ending.
And they were having to adjust for the future schedules as well. I mean, they had to make some adjustments. I mean, it's not going to be clean. There's not going to be, just because the Egg Bowl was in Oxford last year, it's going to be in Starkville the next year. I mean, there are going to be some games where we're like, hey, listen, I know this sucks, but you're going to start. Here's how this is going to happen, probably Dunaway. Hey, your first year, you're going to have the 5 home games you wanted. But let me tell you about one of the away games. You went there last year. You're going to have to go there again this year. But you're going to start with 5 home games. They're going to start with 4 home games, but they're going to get you at their place 2 years in a row. It's the only way we can do this. I mean, you're going to have those conversations if you're Greg Sankey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new start to this cycle of fairness when you start something new, right? Doesn't mean that, 2023, if we'd gone 9 in 2024, you have to end your thinking of everything that's happened before, and it starts on a clean slate.
And when you have those conversations, the John Cohens and Greg Burns of the world, they pound the table and talk about how unfair it is, and Greg Sankey has to say, look, I get you're upset, but you guys were all about Texas and Oklahoma coming to this league when you knew it was going to bring in almost $1 billion for our league. This is part of the byproduct, and I hate it for you.
And I think there's going to be a lot of teams. Again, we've talked about 3 losses getting in once we go to 12. But there's going to be SEC teams that have the luxury of sitting home watching SEC championship game knowing they're already in that 12-team playoff.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That's going to be a couple of teams, right?
Probably.
That could be doing that.
Well, yeah, but the 2 teams that are playing in it are also going to be in the 12-team too. Right. So it's not as if somebody's getting an advantage there. That's the beauty of the no divisions, is the 2 teams that are in Atlanta are locked into the 12-team playoff every year. They're probably playing for one of the top 4 seeds at that point.
So before we get to our 40 and 40 unveil and a little bit more, I did want to bring up, you mentioned Texas A&M. You think back as we're getting ready for Texas and Oklahoma to join the league, that Texas A&M, remember that ended up being a 14-0 vote to allow them to join. So even Texas A&M, who we know was not happy about Texas joining, even they decided, okay, to make it 14-0, we're going to vote yes.
The most state of Texas thing ever would be them to hold out. So it's historically 13-1.
13, or just say 13-0, and A&M didn't vote.
And an abstention, yeah.
So if Texas A&M can vote to let Texas into the league, it seems like if it's for the goodness of the league, you can suck it up a little bit and take that LSU, Auburn, Tennessee pill and go fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be messy. You're going to have to work through some messes, but I think everybody is going to get that this is for the best of the SEC moving forward. More money, more television exposure, bigger teams.
I may be wrong, but I keep saying it's not that big a deal because of what the other 6 games will be, that it will balance out to an even schedule, even though you're permanent with those 3. The other 6 is going to make it, either make it for your 6 would be lighter, and for other people their 6 to be tougher.
You've said that from the beginning, and your logic makes sense. Until I see it play out, I'm not going to be 100% with you. But you've said from the very beginning, like you and Kirby, like, guys, this is hand-wringing over nothing. We're going to end up playing all these teams anyway.
That's right. You play everybody in the league every other year.
Yeah.
And again, if you have LSU, Tennessee, Auburn, that means they're not going to be in the other 6. The other teams are, and you're going to divide up the other tough teams. So that means you don't have Vandy as their permanent, but Vandy's going to be over there. You don't have Missouri as your permanent, but Missouri's going to be on one of those schedules too.
Yeah,
every other year. We'll see when we finally get to there, and I do believe we'll get to there for 2025, but we'll see. All right, Bromberg's brings you part of the show today, and we'll do our 40 and 40 right after you tell us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's wants to remind you, both the Mountain Brook and Summit location, they invite you to discover David Yurman's new spring collections inspired by the beauty of the natural world. David Yurman, founded in New York City by 2 artists, David, a sculptor, and his wife, Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son, Evan, continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today. Find a sculptural piece from David Yurman's spring collections. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, go to brombergs.com.
Can I address you? Daniel says, when does a team forego playing the SEC championship game due to injury risk? Never, because almost every year, I'm willing to say every year, but I'll throw almost in because you do not like definitive comments like this. Almost every year, that game's going to be for a top 4 seed. I mean, can you envision a scenario?
Because the top 4 seeds.
No, I'm saying, yeah. I'm agreeing with you.
Because the top 4 seeds, remember, only go to conference champions.
That's right.
Right? So you've only got, 5 Power 5 conferences that are in the running, basically, for those 4.
Mm-hmm.
One conference is about to die. So then it's going to be 4 Power 5s for basically the top 4, and then the group of 6.
Yeah,
group of 5.
And I would think a worst case 2-loss SEC champion. I mean, the most is probably going to be 2 losses, and navigating through that schedule.
And the loser, Lance, is probably going to be guaranteed a home game in the first round of the playoffs. Okay, so there's going to be a benefit to playing in Atlanta. You're either going to get a 1 seed out of it or a home game.
Yeah, a top 8 seed.
A top 8 seed where you're playing at home.
You're either getting a bye or a home game.
One of the two. So that's why I love this no division. It has created a championship Saturday that is the best we've ever had. I mean, there's been some. Dunaway, you're out of your mind.
It's not the best we've ever had.
How do you not say
because
that?
Because the best we've ever had is when every game was deciding whether or not you're going to the championship.
When was that? Give me that year.
Well, 2012, it decided between Alabama, Georgia.
Okay, there's one of the
2008,
5.
2009.
Okay, there's one of the 5 championship games.
2013?
Yeah, 2013 with Auburn and
At
Missouri.
most, you can find me 2 championship Saturdays, though.
2017 Georgia Auburn.
No. But you guys are looking at it the wrong. Y'all aren't understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying every game that day now is going to carry an impact. It's all going to be the top 2 teams in every conference, and they're all going to be playing for a top 4 seed.
No, but it is more NFL-like.
But in a lot of places, though, Brown, both teams are going to be in. Not everywhere.
But
Some of them
I'm
will be
saying
first
top
spot.
to bottom, we've never had a better championship Saturday than what this format's going to give us, ever. Championship Saturdays never had more meaning. Ever. It has.
It's better matchups, but I don't know. I mean, you can't say it's not.
I can.
I don't know if I agree with you on that.
How many times did all 5 championship games matter?
Yeah,
Well, but how is it mattering if they're all in the playoffs?
Because they're all playing for a top 4 seed. You're devaluing how important that's going to be.
I'll never forget when I think it was Michigan State that upset Ohio State and put Auburn in 2013 into the game.
That is correct.
Yeah. And
so that day 3 mattered. Florida State won theirs, which locked them in. Auburn won theirs, which at the time they didn't know locked them in, but it did. And then the Big Ten one determined that Auburn went.
Well, and again, this is BCS era, but 99. When Kansas State lost to Texas A&M on that Saturday.
Yep.
And I think it was Miami beat UCLA or UCLA beat Miami. It was one of the two.
Was either of those? It was a regular season game.
Threw Tennessee and Florida State into the mix.
Yeah.
It's going to be better quality football. We're not going to have clunker matchups like Alabama, Florida those 2 years when McElwain was down
But
there.
there's not going to be as much at stake.
I disagree completely.
But there's no do or die situation anymore, which raised the value of those games to me.
Yeah, but not. My point is, not all those games are do or die.
No.
Only 1 or 2 a year were do or die.
Yeah, but those
now every one of them has significant meaning.
Yeah, without a doubt. I just the high of an Alabama Georgia game, winner plays for a national championship, loser doesn't. Those 2 Alabama Florida games, those type games. I will miss those type games.
Well, you know what that
are
was?
iconic moments.
But those games had already died. Because
because of the 14
Yeah, the 14 playoff.
But those were just part of the playoff.
They
But
were.
now-
It
but
was an
now
early
we're-
playoff game.
We're getting those games in a playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our 40 and 40 unveil here. Again, to make it even to number 40 in our rankings, it means you people don't send in of the 67 votes. It was like the ballot we showed you. You only send in 25. So that means to be number 40, you had to show up on a number of the 67 ballots just to make our top 40 point-wise. So our team at number 40 this year is who, Forrester? It is Illinois sliding in with 38 total points. And if you're not familiar with the point system, you get 1 point for being 25th on somebody's ballot, 2 for 24, 3 for 23, so forth and so forth. So Illinois accumulating 38 total points slides in at number 40 in our 40 and 40 rankings. Brett Bielema, the coach there, and he has done a hell of a job.
Yeah, look, he's a great coach. I mean, say what you want about him at Arkansas. When you look back in retrospect, the years at Arkansas weren't bad. Wisconsin, he had great years. And for them to have 8 wins last year, that was their most since going 9-4 back in 2007. The defense was lights out. They were the number 1 defense in the Big Ten, only giving up 12.8 points per game. You lose your defense coordinator and Ryan Walters, who's now Purdue's head coach, and you lose Devin Witherspoon, who was maybe the best cornerback in the Big Ten. But you've got the key to me, Chase Brown was a great running back for that offense. The offense was challenged at times. Tommy DeVito was not bad, the transfer from Syracuse, but how good is Luke Altmaier going to be transferring in from Ole Miss? That's going to be key.
There's another transfer quarterback. They've got good running backs, Brown, and they've got a schedule that opens the door for them to have a good year because of who they don't have on their schedule.
Well, I mean, when you start with your Big Ten schedules, you immediately look for Ohio State and Michigan. You don't see either one of those games. They do have to play Penn State. I think
Penn State's at home, though.
Yeah, they get them in Champaign.
I think an interesting swing game for them is in week 2, though, at Kansas.
I agree.
That is not a layup game, Lance, at Kansas.
And they could be an underdog. When I look at this schedule on paper, they could be underdogs in 7 games. But I think even if they're underdogs in those games, it's going to be really tight, spreads within 4 points. So they've got a ton of swing games. And this thing could be a 6-6, or this thing could be, 9-3.
They really do. I am not that high on Illinois. And in fact, I think they probably exit September 2-3. And I think that is going to be, it's going to be tough to recover from that. I think they're 2-3 coming out of the month of September.
They beat Wisconsin. They beat Iowa. They beat Minnesota last year. They get Penn State and Wisconsin at home this year. They're on the road at Iowa. But Brett Bielema, in his 3rd year as the head coach at Wisconsin and his 3rd year as the head coach at Arkansas, combined records in 3rd year, 17-11. So for a rebuild job in Arkansas and a pretty good job in Wisconsin, 17-11 is a fairly good record there for your job at 3 years. That puts you roughly 3 games above 500 in each of those years on average.
Yeah, 8.5 wins basically. I think that might be it this year. I'd kind of lean with Brown. I think 7 or 6 wins based on the schedule.
But another bowl game ahead for the Illini. In at number 40 today, 8-5 last year, and that was their best record since 2007. Illinois slides in at number 40 in our 40 and 40 countdown. We'll continue counting down, getting you ready for the college football season. Our poll this year leading you all the way up to the first release of the AP poll, which will come out there in early August. That 40 and 40 moment brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Maybe you want to go and put a little money on Illinois over their win total.
You could at mybookie.ag. Hey, help me out here, Lance. Birmingham plus 170, Inter Miami plus 155. A draw is plus 225.
Yeah, that's where it throws me off is the draw stuff.
Yeah, they don't count penalty kicks. Obviously, somebody's got to win this game to advance in the tournament.
Yeah.
So at the end of time, full time, before they do the penalty kicks or extra time, you got a winner.
But Birmingham plus 170, Inter Miami plus 155 is pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it's close to a pick.
So
soccer pick 'em.
That's a soccer pick 'em, Jimmy D. You can play that one there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. Get that sign-up bonus up to $1,000 with MyBookie when you sign up there and use code next round. You can play Major League Baseball futures. You can play that game we just talked about. Some of the college football games we're discussing, they're already up right there in mybookie.ag. It's very simple. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. Whether you're a hardcore or just a casual, Does it really matter? Now is the time to jump on board. NBA Finals, Major League Baseball, all the football coming up at mybookie.ag. Code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round. That's mybookie.ag, code next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Joe Madden's got paneling in his house.
Yeah. Hey, they played one inning at the Women's College World Series. Oklahoma has won 50 straight games, but a rise ball into the zone in Stanford jumps out to a 2-0 lead. Now, Stanford has to beat them twice to get to the championship series.
So good luck with that. I mean, they've lost one game this year to Baylor.
I think they're 53-1, 58-1, something like that. Yeah.
I'm pulling for Stanford, though. You guys?
I can't pretend that I care.
Well, I mean, I don't care a lot, but now that it's on in the studio,
I'm going to. Did people around the world cheer for the Americans to beat the Russians in 1980?
But I could easily cheer for Oklahoma.
Girls are Russians, but I think you know my point. They're unbeatable.
I'll take Oklahoma in a 2-run deficit right now for a steak.
I will not do that. We'll get to trash in just a second. Michelson Laser Vision, bringing you part of the show today. The great folks at Michelson Laser Vision. Would you say that's one of the top 5 best decisions you've ever made?
As far as when we're in this industry, it might be the best decision as far as like a product that I've ever dealt with. I was talking to somebody. It was our friend Travis. He wears reader contacts.
And I was just talking about what a pain in the ass contacts were for years. I was wasting money on contacts and solution.
That's why it surprises me that it's not a top 5 life decision for you. That not to worry about the glasses.
It was big because, the eyes are still incredible. 2015 vision, 2 decades later. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
You know, what was interesting in our 40 and 40 vote there, Illinois is in at 40, and we showed you the first 5 out back in the first segment, the 5 teams that just missed making into our 40 and 40. So Illinois was ahead of Minnesota there out of the Big Ten, according to our viewers who watch the sport. Illinois going to have a better season than Minnesota. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
That Minnesota.
And PJ Fleck, people don't like him, but 9 wins last year. The guy can flat out coach.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine them not getting to 8 or 9 wins. It'll be weird to see. Weird to see him struggle. And you'd have to struggle to be behind 40, where Illinois is today. We'll do our 39th ranked team a little bit later on the show tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. But it's trash time now, as we do every day at this time. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, but it is trash time where we bring in our friends at Mortgage right after Rockstar hits the big button.
Is it because this is my mom? Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Golden Knights playing tonight, trying to go up 2-0.
Let's go Vegas.
Vegas Golden Knights have advanced to the Stanley Cup Finals, second time in franchise history. One local business doing their part to offer the team a little extra motivation to bring home a championship.
Oh, please tell me it's a strip club.
Of course it is. These are the oldest stories in the world.
According to a media release, Larry Flint's Hustler Club in Las Vegas is offering the team platinum VIP membership access and free lap dances for life in hopes of a championship win.
Oh, how about that?
Now, the statement added that the offer is contingent on a Stanley Cup victory against the Panthers. They go on to say Brittany Rose, the general manager of the Larry Flint Hustler Club. I'm going to say Brittany Rose used to work there.
You think so?
And she has graduated her way up the ladder.
Ruth didn't work at her place. What was it called? Lickety Split?
Lickety Splits.
Ruth never was employed.
I remember, though, when we did the show from the Cheetah, and her name was Courtney. She was the girl, the GM in charge, and she was a former employee of the Cheetah. So they worked their way up the ladder. I like the fact that you have a chance to advance.
If a STD looked like a building, it would look like that right there.
Well, I got to be honest. I think that's kind of that's a nicer looking strip club than most.
Well,
It's the best
that's
looking
a
strip
very
club.
low bar.
Yeah, if I went in there, that'd be the best looking strip club I've
There's
ever
a
been
limo in the front, Brown.
I appreciate the large awning to where nobody's wet when they walk in.
All right, and you can just pull up car after car after car.
That is a seedy looking building right there.
A lot of handicap spaces.
Well, I bet the inside of it.
I would.
Yeah, you're right, Rockstar. They do have a
It's a weird observation at Larry Flint's Hustler, Rockstar.
It's a healthy
Larry Flint.
Yeah.
Such a good movie. I was thinking over the weekend that I haven't seen that in a while. I want to watch it again. The People versus Larry Flint and Woody Harrelson. Although Brown doesn't think he's a good actor, I think he's a great actor, and that's one of the times he was up for Best Actor. And I think sooner or later, Woody's going to get one of those roles. He's going to win an Academy Award.
It's tradition. It is tradition to carry the cup around town and drink from the cup. Would you drink from the Stanley Cup inside the Hustler?
Negative.
I
no
probably
what's
would.
floating in that air.
Yeah, I probably drink from worse. It drink good. Larry, the final thing on that, the Hustler Club is located minutes away from T-Mobile Arena, so you got a little convenience there, and they're offering a, quote, park party, and play promotion during the championship round. So if you're in Vegas right now listening to us, you're going to the game or not going to the game, something to do afterwards at the Larry Flint Hustler Club. Again, I've been to Vegas 25 times. I've never been to a strip club in Vegas, which people find that hard to believe.
I haven't
just
either.
Never. I'm not a strip club guy, though. I remember the last time I went to a strip club, it was probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Was it with me?
Was it with me? I'm not a guy. It's been 5 years.
Was it with me?
No, the time before was with you, and that was in 2016.
Yeah, it had been a long time for me until we went in there, and we never stopped. It was like...
Yeah, I've got some family members that love going to the strip club, and I got roped into it one night, but I'm just not a strip club guy. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and peel off bills and hand them to some chick. Just doesn't seem like my idea of fun.
No.
Now, if you have the right crew with you and you can sit in the back and have cocktails and laugh and that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that anywhere.
That's right. That's any
true.
bar.
Some of the most iconic props in Hollywood history will soon be up for auction. More than 1,400 items of film memorabilia from classic movies like Star Wars, Shawshank Redemption, and Gladiator will hit the auction block at the end of June, with some fetching price tags as high as $2 million.
Oh, this is from 300.
Yeah, it's from 300. How much do you think they're expecting this is to go from 7 to? Where you want to go?
Is it really from 300? I thought that was animated.
It's 300 is not an animated picture.
What was it?
What's
it called?
CGI.
CGI. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the live auction will be conducted by Prop Store, which is billing it as, quote, one of the world's largest memorabilia auctions. Notable items up for grabs. Carrie Fisher's gown from the original 77 Star Wars.
We have pictures of everything, I think.
Yeah,
right?
so this is going for what?
These are the highlights I looked at. I mean, there's like hundreds of these things, but it's just interesting that the uniform that I'm guessing Gerald Butler probably tried on, he probably didn't wear it on the set. It's just a prop. Like, that's supposed to go from 7 to 14K.
Okay. Steep, yeah.
The Bat Pod, a motorcycle that, this doesn't run, doesn't function. It's just
that's not street legal?
No, it's not street legal.
That's Christian Bale drove it, though, didn't he?
It's only $1 to $2 million.
But it doesn't, it doesn't have an engine, doesn't run.
No, I think these are just props.
Like, if I walked in somebody's basement and, having a cocktail with them and that's, like, in the corner, I wouldn't even know what it was.
I wouldn't either. That thing broke down, buddy.
How about the DeLorean?
Now, wait a minute.
That's going to be hefty.
The DeLorean time machine.
Cheaper than the Bat Pod.
Now, I'd like to have that in my garage. I'd go
150 to 300K is what they're expecting.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's it?
That's it? You
Buy it done away?
Well, I'm just
it's
saying.
It's a time machine done away. Get it.
God, what would it fetch if it was really a time machine?
I mean, I would come in much like I did after the voting yesterday, counting the votes. I'd come in on Monday saying, God, if I could just get the flux capacitor to work. And Brown's like, oh, I could do that for you.
Now, how about this one has already been altered? Do you notice that, Reichstar? It's not just the flux capacitor. It's got the thing on the back that at the end of
Mr. Fusion.
Mr. Fusion at the end of Back to the Future.
It's put beer cans and banana peels.
That's right. That's all he needs. Yeah.
This is an outfit worn by
Are you
Russell
not
Crowe.
Are you not entertained?
Yep.
And Gladiator. It's good. $80,000 to $160,000.
Wow. I don't think it'll fit.
He could not wear that best breastplate now.
No, there's no chance. That was a great movie, though.
Well, let me
Done
guess.
away for you. This one's for you, buddy.
This is that is
It's got to be
it's the dancing movie.
Dancing.
No, I would think this is Rachel McAdams' Notebook.
It is the Rachel McAdams dress from the Notebook.
I'm done.
How did you not notice that?
And open-toed shoes.
Yeah, not when they rode in the boat in the pond with all the
Yeah.
swans.
You gotta wear white when
then it
it's-
started to
when it's
rain,
raining.
and they ran inside, and he pushed her up against that wall.
Oh no, that's $4,000 to $8,000 that they're expecting. You can put a bid on it.
Oh, you give that to Maggie.
$4,000 putting that in Maggie.
What about a suit worn by Better Call Saul, Bob Odenkirk?
Damn, it's one he wore in the desert. Look at the bottom.
I know.
How
That's the one
dusty that
he's
thing
got
is.
the shirt on the head too.
Little Sandy.
$16K for that.
Yeah,
and then
16,000, huh?
The record player that Andy Dufresne got in the hole for.
Oh boy,
that thing's gonna go for $250,000.
$30,000,
I
15 to
loved
30.
it. And he just leaned that microphone on it and
Yeah.
just started playing that music.
I don't
kick
know
back.
what that lady was saying.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
I don't know what that lady was saying.
I love that movie, man.
Good auction items, Rockstar. Thank you.
You know how pirates used to punish people by making them walk the plank?
Yes.
Guess what? Wasn't real.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Come on.
We're debunking it right here. The practice seems to have been invented by Robert Louis Stevenson for his novel Treasure Island. The surprise is one of many in Rebecca Simon's book about the golden age of piracy in the 17th and 18th centuries. Another legend she dispatches is that of buried treasure. It isn't just that pirates never buried it, it's that they weren't particularly interested in treasure in the first place. If you're looking for the Johnny Depp stuff, you need Anne Bonny and Mary Reed, 2 female pirates who, quote, fought harder and cursed more than any of the men. They also fought with their shirts open, exposing their breasts to shock their foes as a distraction tactic.
Boobies!
How beat up do you think these two
Oh, I know.
are?
Hey, but when you've been at sea for 2 years,
That's
and finally
right.
found land.
Yeah, if all you get to eat is vegetables and somebody rolls a steak in front of you, what you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd probably rather hitch myself to a coconut than one of these two.
You say that.
Anne Bonny and Mary Reed.
But isn't
You
it
say
crazy
that.
that way back then, that was the tactic? It would still work today.
Oh, it's never changed.
I mean,
yes.
what was it, 9.5 yards? Is that what it was? Where
the full 9.
The whole 9 yards?
Yeah, the whole 9
The
yards.
whole 9
The whole
yards.
9
9.5
yards.
With
yards.
Amanda Pete.
Almost a first down.
Yeah. What is it, whole 9 yards?
Whole 9 yards.
Yeah,
There we go.
The intruders walk upstairs and Amanda Peak comes out topless.
Yep.
Works every time.
Yeah. Smart assassin would have shot her in the head.
Yeah.
That's the worst movie. That
Have
way.
you ever seen Munich? They know what they're
That's a
doing in
comedy.
Munich. Munich is an awesome movie.
Real
but
laugher.
they tried that in Munich. It don't work.
Oh, really?
Oh,
They
no.
Tried to topless?
Yeah. A little more than topless.
Yeah.
She got popped in the head.
So it ended up being titty, titty, bang, bang?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's pretty.
I'm here all week, boys.
Oh, that's
Do you need a Dobell pour?
All that set up.
When it came to punishments, keel hauling was even worse than the mythical walking the plane. The guilty man was tied to a rope, then dragged underneath the ship.
Oh.
If the fall into the water didn't kill you, you probably die from an infection picked up as your body grated against the barnacle-covered bottom of the ship.
Lance.
So, give me
Think about the sharks after your ass, too.
Yeah, give me the plank.
Yeah, I would have that the plank.
By the way, I texted you another Orange Beach shark video last night. Have you gotten that
I
text?
don't know if
yet?
I got that.
Yeah. Hammerhead this time.
Did you see the whale eat the kayak?
I didn't see that.
Ah,
no.
yeah. Well, these old boys just kayaking out in the water somewhere, and the whale, you know how the whale comes with mouth open? Boom, right, kayak right in there. They live.
Is that
It's okay.
real?
No, it's 100% real.
I saw tiger shark attack. Guy had a GoPro on, attack the front of his kayak last week in Hawaii.
Yeah. And
I want to see the whale jump out and land on.
Oh, well, it's game over at that point.
That'd be a good video.
But it was a TikTok video, so I never know when these things are. It could be 17 years ago, and somebody has video, but they're shooting it from one of the phoenixes, I'm sure, and they're like, and the thing is up on the water and it's swimming fast. It's huge, at least 10 feet, they said, and it's hammerhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you learn Roman numerals by the Phoenixes or Super Bowls? I learned by Super Bowls,
Yeah,
but you
Super
can also
Bowls,
learn
yeah.
by the Phoenixes too.
Yeah, it's a good kid teaching thing.
That's right. As you're driving down the
that's the
Gold-
Phoenix what? That's an I and a V. That's 4. Phoenix
Mine-
4.
mine-
There's only 73 more. Don't worry.
My favorite is Phoenix 10. You know why?
I know
It's
why.
right next to the Bama. Yep.
Finally, a South Carolina man was arrested earlier this week after allegedly robbing a convenience store with an unusual weapon. The man's weapon of choice? Pistol from the Nintendo game Duck Hunt.
I love Duck Hunt.
25-year-old David
Hey, Ross,
D'Alessandro.
If he shoots the attendant, does the dog pop up?
And he giggles when you miss it.
Yes.
D'Alessandro arrested after a robbery at the Quick Stop convenience store in Sharon, South Carolina. He's accused of walking into the store on Tuesday evening with a mask, wig, and hoodie before demanding money from the register. Now, according to the sheriff's office, D'Alessandro was also carrying the Duck Hunt pistol that he spray painted black. The problem is he forgot to conceal the orange trigger. Now, this could have been just been a minor oversight on his part, or maybe he had just run out of spray paint. In any case, the bright orange trigger didn't keep him from allegedly pulling off the crime. Police say that D'Alessandro showed the clerk the fake gun, demanded the money. He walked away with $300, although he didn't make it far. Following the robbery, the clerk called the police. D'Alessandro was found in the nearby parking lot, still had the Duck Hunt pistol tucked in his pants. Boy, that is quite the look.
His pants. D'Alessandro.
Wait, so did I read that wrong? No, that's a David.
Yeah. Could be a change underway.
I'm accused of what?
I never heard of Duck Hunt, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. I like that. Did you like Duck Hunt?
You said Duck Hunt. Yeah.
I like the skeet shooting game better. It was harder.
What was the name of it?
It was on Duck Hunt. There was a skeet shooting thing.
Oh, yeah?
And I remember that because I sucked at Duck Hunt.
I like Duck Hunt. I thought it was a fun game.
And the gun made that horrible. That's how the gun.
Your ability to do sounds.
It really is.
amazing.
And the sounds that stuck with him, like pole position. What did they say at the start?
Prepare to qualify.
Dunaway, if you could have that hair,
Prepare to call.
but you had to have the color.
Which one? Top screen, bottom screen?
The convict.
Okay. I mean, if I could have that hair, I'm okay with that color. Matches my eyes.
Oh, I wish you did.
If you get Dr. B to make one more advancement that brings back that hair, I will dye it blue for you.
Okay.
We'll pick a new color every month.
Yeah.
If we got that hair back.
If Dr. B could get that back.
Yeah, I think Dr. B, he works some borderline miracles. I don't think he can pull this off.
No, he looked at my my farmland and said, "That is the Mojave, my friend."
Did he already check it out and tell you that?
Up. Yeah, he told me. Dried up.
Okay,
Is that trash?
That's all I got, man.
Well, then you tell us about our friends at Mortgage
I will,
right here.
Dunaway. Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, we roll on, and we've already done best and worst of the weekend, and its normal slot right there at 9:25 in the morning. But throughout, you can keep sending those in. If you're new to the show, we do it every Monday. Really on fire during football season. We love seeing your best and worst, whatever sports you watch, whatever happened this weekend. Send those in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. They're brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Now's a great time to get by there, LT, and check out or get your air conditioning checked out by the great folks at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services. Again, I had these guys out. It was just last week a couple of times. I've actually got to get them back out for another situation. It seems like it's always something at my house. But Hemp Hill Services, these are the guys you need to call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, all the team at Hemp Hill Services. They can take care of you, and especially with the HVAC system, $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call them today. Locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey man, we're back with you on the next round. People make fun of me or whatever, or Lance, if I have to ask, is that the end of trash? I just hate when I say that's trash and then I got one more story. So I always wait. I give a little extra pause at the end there. So don't hate me for not wanting to end trash too soon. I hate more when I say, all right, that's it for trash, and you're always like, oh, I've got one more story. And so I hate that. I'd rather it be the long, pregnant pause there for the end of trash. Appreciate the comments, though, over in the Vulcan Tarn Automotive chat room. Our friends at A Plus jumped in and redid Brown's bathroom a few weeks ago.
Yep.
This is the before and after pictures, and I'll say it for him. He had a fine bathroom.
Just fine.
That's fine.
Yep.
But fine doesn't cut it for Brown. He wants greatness, and he found that.
Well,
with
hey,
A+.
can I jump in?
You may jump in,
I've got
Lance.
Brad coming over next week to do kitchen and bathroom, and if I would have done this before I put the house on the market, I would have sold the house. Yeah,
And you struggle to sell because that's what people look for, right? Master bath and kitchen. Those are the two things, and that's what Brad does. Is he takes care of your master bath and your kitchen. Scott showed you some of our before photos. He's showing you some of our after photos. You know, it's not that we had a terrible bathroom. It's just not what we wanted. We wanted our own. We gave him the vision. He did it exactly the way we wanted it. Step by step was fantastic. A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Jennifer Brown, my beautiful wife, scoured the internet to find the best contractor she could find. Brad was that guy. She told people that had used him. She read reviews. Everything came back glowing, and I am so glad we called 205-422-1758. 422-1758. Anywhere from Huntsville to Mobile, Tuscaloosa to Anniston, anywhere in Alabama, Brad can help you out. A+ Tile Home Remodeling. And he texted me today to remind you that if you're thinking about doing your bathroom or your kitchen, but you're like, man, that is going to cost a lot of money. How about the fact that right now they've got the ability to finance the remodels with zero down and no interest for a year? You heard me right. Nothing down, no interest for a year. If you want to remodel your kitchen or your bathroom, why not just take the free money and do it? 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. If you missed anything I just said there, reach out to me on social media. I'll get you in touch with Brad Bell.
Top of the third, Oklahoma hits a home run, ties it up now 2-2 in the top of the third. Each team's got a big home run there. Amazing, 20,000 fans for an 11 a.m. local start, Oklahoma City today. Hopefully for a lot of Oklahoma fans there in Oklahoma City, trying to advance on with one win to the championship series. Stanford needs to beat Oklahoma 2 times today to get to the today and tomorrow to get to the championship series. You have a 50-game win streak on the line, and Stanford got out early, and now Oklahoma has fought back to tie it up. The other game later tonight, under the lights, has one SEC team left, Tennessee, needing to beat powerhouse Florida State twice in order to advance to the championship series. That's at 6 o'clock on ESPN. No basketball tonight in the NBA, but last night the Miami Heat got the win. We'll talk to Brandon Marcello coming up at the top of the hour. Everything going on in college football. One of the big stories out there from Friday is more conference realignment, though this time it is centered around basketball, and it involves Gonzaga and Connecticut.
That's not even the story I thought you were talking about. There's another conference realignment.
Yeah,
story.
we'll get to that one.
Okay.
But,
I didn't know we had two.
But Gonzaga and UConn on Friday, a big story came out that said it's, according to the report, that it's closer to happening to not happening. But I just don't. First, it would be amazing to have those two in the Big 12.
Right.
Basketball-only members for UConn and for Gonzaga. To add in with Kansas and all the other great Big 12 teams, and now Houston's in there with the Big 12 expansion. That would be fantastic. But remember, I made a state bet saying when Gonzaga wins their national championship, they would be in the Big East. I thought it would be Gonzaga joining UConn in the Big East when they moved. And I know that's a bad map travel-wise, but you already go in the Big East to Milwaukee, right, in Marquette. It's a great basketball league. And that's why I don't think UConn will leave. When they left, they were original member. When they left, their basketball program went way down when they were not in the Big East, when they were trying to make it in other conferences or as an independent. Basketball was hurt. When they came back to the Big East, their basketball has returned to glory.
Well, look, I mean, there's no reason to leave. I mean, you're coming off a national championship right now. If you can win a national championship in that league, a league that I think had 5 teams in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
And how much of that football money is the Big 12 going to give you if you're a basketball only?
Oh, zero.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The only way this makes sense is financially done away. And my assumption here would be you're not a full share member because you're not playing football.
Now, maybe
right?
you can get more because they got more to give than the Big East.
But then the other side of that is, do Gonzaga and UConn really make your basketball product so much more appealing that ESPN or Fox or whoever is like, you know what? You're right. We will pay you this much more for it. That just, I mean, it doesn't to me.
I mean, if I got 2 UConn-Kansas games, 2 Gonzaga-Kansas, 2 Texas-Gonzaga, 2 Texas.
That's worth tens of millions to a TV network?
2 West Virginias.
Is it worth
UConn, 2 West Virginia Gonzagas?
$30 million? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that's worth. What's that worth to you?
I don't think you're going to make less money, though, if you're UConn.
I don't know what UConn's making. I'm not saying UConn and Gonzaga. Really.
Obviously, Gonzaga would get a massive bump.
Yeah, I think they would jump
Gonzaga
at it. But
regular
if I'm Texas
season
Tech,
games are unwatchable.
But if I'm Texas Tech or I'm Kansas or I'm whoever, I'm like, let's just whoa. Yeah, I get it that these are better games, but now my cut is X. What's my cut going to be if I'm having to chop up a little basketball money to these other schools? Are we going to make enough more to make it worth it?
Well, before we get to Brandon Marcello, what was your other, and this hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there and get the best Southern fried chicken, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and more. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken, the other expansion story.
Well, there are reports that Colorado and Arizona are on their way to the Big 12 already. And Dennis Dodd has been reporting that the Four Corners schools, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, Arizona State, are big targets of the Big 12. And there are reports now that Colorado and Arizona have already made the decision. They're headed to the Big 12.
Well, Arizona State will follow shortly.
You would have to
I guess Pac-12's done.
But if you're Utah, you got to follow as well.
Yeah,
you can't be on the dying side, no.
Yeah. Well, and then if you're Oregon and Washington, you start making calls as quickly as you can to the Big Ten.
But I've never thought, and we can ask Brandon Marcello about this because he's always on the forefront of these discussions as well. But to me, if I was the Big Ten, it makes no sense that I would bring in USC and UCLA with a thought that one day I'm also going to bring in Oregon and Washington. Why wait? Why would I have ever waited? Why would I have not brought all 4 of them at the same time?
Oh, I'm not saying that the Big Ten's interested. I'm just saying if I'm Washington and Oregon, I'm trying to make those calls today. You got to find a landing spot.
Hell, I'd be calling the Big 12 and say, okay, I see the writing on the wall for the Pac-12. Let me find a chair in this old game, and we'll make it work in the Big 12.
In the Big 12, look, you lose Oklahoma, Texas, that's huge. But if you added Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah, Washington, and Oregon, it's a really good conference.
It is, but I don't think you can add enough money from Washington and Oregon to make that worth it if you're the Big Ten. I mean, you got to add a lot of money from.
What about the Big 12, though?
Well, the Big 12, maybe you're starting to chop this up a lot of ways now if you're the Big 12. I mean, if you're starting to talk about bringing in six more.
Yeah.
Let's table the basketball only schools. Let's talk about the all sports schools. 6 more. That's a lot of money you're going to have to make in addition to what you're making right now so that your other schools don't go backwards in what they're getting.
Brandon Marcello on the other side. Our show brought to you by Dr. B. He's got LT's hair looking right and looking good. Marcello will talk to us about these latest expansion talks, how close they may be, and everything else going on in college athletics. Dr. B getting you ready for the best summer of your life.
Yeah, I told you guys when I started to thin out, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that everyone said you need to call. Miracle Worker. Again, my hair is more than doubled in thickness. T3hair.net.
Dr. Beckenstein offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Call today. Get that consultation, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
82 days until week 0, and our Bud Light countdown, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 42 days until we're at SEC Media Days in Nashville. Brandon Marcello joining us now. Can't wait to see Brandon hopefully in Nashville. If he's not, he's a national guy. If he's not some other media day.
There'll be no other media day. It's only SEC. That's the only one.
That's good.
Brandon is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And, I mean, come on, Brandon. You would never miss SEC Media Days, right?
Have they voted yet on whether to go to 9 days for SEC Media Days?
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's coming up.
which happens first? 9 days of media days or 9 game seasons? That's a great bowl.
Hey, it will be. It's 4 days now. It will be a full 5 days when Texas and Oklahoma do enter the league. I think, Brandon. I think it's going to be a full week.
It's too long. Too long.
So, you listen, you were among a group of reporters. I'm not trying to paint this as if you had a private sit down with Greg Byrne when he was asked the question about the 8 or 9 games, and he said do you have enough information? He said no. But could you glean anything from him or anyone you talked to? What pieces of information Alabama seems to be missing to have a solid, definitive answer on that question?
If you're watching on YouTube or whatever, money.
It's the universal money sign.
It's the money. I mean, listen, they don't want to play Auburn, LSU, and Tennessee all in the same year every single year as their permanent opponents, but they're going to have to. They're going to. They're kicking the can down the road. In the end, the root of all this is money, and every other excuse you're hearing is the thin sheet of paper covering what is the big ball of money. And they don't know what they're going to get from ESPN, if they're going to get anything extra from ESPN for that matter. And so for the best part for them is they get to wait a year, maybe 2 years and figure this all out later. But, there is concern about just the quality of scheduling and all of that. There is some concern there. That is legit, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is the money.
So, we talked about this. We've never seen a 2-team get in the current 4-team playoff.
2-loss team?
2-loss team, yeah. That's what I mean. But, once we get to 12, the SEC is going to have some 3-loss teams get in. Do you not agree?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I was talking to some folks about, just the idea that, let's say the Pac-12 ends up shrinking down to an 8-game schedule like they've been discussing here for the last more than a year now. If you're talking about a 10-2 Pac-12 team against a 9-3 SEC team, that all of a sudden makes it so much easier to put a 9-game SEC team that's 9-3 over a 10-2 8-game Pac-12 team. But flip the roles there a little bit. What if it's a 10-2 Pac-12 team with a 9-game schedule, and it's a 9-3 SEC team with an 8-game schedule? Well, our eyes probably tell us that SEC team is better than that 10-2 Pac-12 team, but the Pac-12 team played one more conference game, and so they will probably get the benefit of the doubt, despite our eyes telling us differently. There is a lot of stock to be put into just the number, and those numbers get fed through all those analytics and the computer programs and all that stuff. And long story short, 9 games in the SEC is inevitable. It's going to happen. And it's going to happen in the next 2 years.
Yeah, but I do understand, I believe everybody has enough information, but I do understand the hesitancy of, I don't know if they're going to reward us for playing 9. That the people in that room are going to go, well, they're 10-2 and you're 9-3, and I've already put one 9-3 SEC team. Can we put 2 9-3 SEC teams in? I don't know how they're going to react. So I understand the hesitancy a little bit. Don't you? A little bit on the committee?
Well, if we're discussing 2 9-3 teams getting the SEC rather than how many 10-2 SEC teams get in with an 8-league schedule, I think it's a lot different conversation. Again, I think the idea that they don't have enough information from the College Football Playoff Committee is ridiculous, because the reason why they don't have enough information is because we have not played the 12-team playoff yet. And that's the only extra bit of information that could be provided to them, is that the playoff is actually played.
Before you, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's why I pushed Greg Byrne on this. That's why everybody's talking around it. And I just said, we need more information. I said, well, do you have enough information to vote yes tomorrow? And then he paused and went, no. So again, that's partially, I'm sure, the reason. And I hate to sit here and act like and be like, I'm speaking for them because I know better. But you talk to the people behind the scenes, the administration, and everything, that's the underlying, that's the undercurrent of everything, is we don't know how much money we're going to get. And we might as well just hit pause on this for the time being until we figure that out.
I wanted to ask you, we were talking expansion before you got on, and the discussion is centering around the Big 12 right now, both with basketball and possibly football. Some basketball members in those 4-corner Pac-12 schools. How far along do you think that process is right now? If you were looking into your crystal ball, do you think eventually it's Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah in the Big 12?
Maybe eventually, but I think that it'll be Colorado and Arizona first.
Okay.
I don't think if it ends up happening, the way it's standing right now, it won't be those 4 immediately. I think it'll be Colorado and Arizona together.
Wow.
But again, that's hypothetical and hypothetical based off the things I'm hearing right now. As far as your question with the Big 12 and are they ready? Yes, they've got plans in place that have been communicated through presidents, chancellors, and the athletic directors of here are our options, here's the possibilities, whether it's 3 or 4 different types or 6. And do we have permission to move forward considering this circumstance? What if Gonzaga becomes available? What if UConn becomes available? What if it's Colorado and Arizona only? What if it's Colorado and Arizona plus Gonzaga as a basketball school? How do we go about that? And for that matter, how do we work with Gonzaga to figure out what they're going to do with the rest of their sports programs, and whether the West Coast Conference would even keep their other programs there? There are plans in place, plans of attack, I should say, not plans of, well, this just automatically means we're getting these programs. Plans of attack. So when the opportunity arises, he's got permission, Brett Yormark, from his administrators to move forward and go swoop in and try to get these teams in. And that's all going to happen quickly. It's all going to happen here in the next few months, next couple of months. And again, it's contingent on whenever the hell we're going to hear about this Pac-12 TV deal and start hearing leaks about how much money exactly they're going to be getting and whether that's enough to keep the Colorado folks happy and the Arizona folks happy. Right now, Colorado is the most vocal out there because Rick George loves to be heard. He's always loved to be heard in those Pac-12 meetings, and for that matter now in the public when the call comes to this. But again, it's contingent on the money and also the length of this upcoming deal. I've been saying it for a while because of what the people in the Pac-12 at those schools have been telling me. Anything over 5 years, that's where you're going to start getting into some big-time hesitancy and maybe some quick decisions on the parts of Colorado and Arizona.
Brandon Marcello is with us at @BMarcello on Twitter, at 247 Sports is where you can find him, 247 Sports. And go watch all his videos and do the same things for his videos we ask you to do for ours. Like them, share them, give a thumbs up on YouTube. All those things we ask you to do for us. Please do the same for Brandon. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Aside from all of that, I mean, I'm starting to feel like, at least on this panel here, I may be alone on this island, but I feel like as conferences move towards no divisions, it actually is strengthening Championship Saturday, Conference Championship Saturday, Brandon, because I think a lot of those games are going to be for the top 4 seeds. Maybe I'm overvaluing how important it's going to be to a top 4 seed, but I think it actually makes Conference Championship Saturday stronger than it's ever been when you don't have divisions.
Yeah, very possible. And we talk about like no divisions. I look at that 2020 year when Notre Dame was an honorary member of the ACC for a year, and they had abandoned divisions for that 1 year, and we got the rematch of Clemson Notre Dame in the ACC championship. If there were divisions or whatever, we probably wouldn't have gotten that.
Yep.
And also, it made it seem so much different and much more important, as you said. Potentially, if we were talking about an expanded playoff and we're trying to figure out those top 4 seeds, the buys and all that stuff, I think it's huge. We talk about strengthening the purpose and importance of the regular season college football, but I'm exactly with you. I think this strengthens every single week in college football, including Championship Saturday. And every time I hear one of my colleagues or someone bring up in the media, well, if you enter championship weekend, is there a possibility some players are going to sit out because they already know they're in the playoff and all that? BS. No one's sitting out a championship game. Are you kidding me? To save themselves for the playoff? No, they want to play for a conference championship, and for that matter, maybe improving their seeding. It's June. We're always finding things to like question. Like, what if this happens? What if that happens? But that there's certain aspects to all this everybody brings up that bothers me. But I'm with you exactly. This strengthens every single week, including championship weekend, by going to an expanded playoff.
We started our 40 and 40 today, and we previewed Illinois. They were our number 40 team. And Brett Bielema, coming off year 2 where they win 8 games, their best record since 2007 where they won 9 games. My question to you is, Bielema had really good jobs in the past, Wisconsin, Arkansas, now at Illinois. Do you think he gets another shot at a bigger job if he has another year like he had last year?
If he were to win double-digit games, maybe. Otherwise, no. I think that's his last Power 5 job. And I'm interested, like usual, just to see like how they're able to replace the pieces they lost. They may actually be better at quarterback this year. I love Barry Lunny Jr. as a play caller and how he shifts the way his philosophy goes about and adapting to the personnel that they have. But man, they lost like All-American type players on defense, obviously at running back. They've got some big holes to fill there. If they can get that team to a bowl game this year, it's a success. If he were to somehow pull 9 or 10 wins out of them, maybe all of a sudden his name comes up again for a bigger Power 5 job. But I think at this point, we talk about retreads. He's a retread of a retread, and is also kind of what you see is what you get. What his offense is, if you feel like that's what's going to work in your conference and on the national scene, go and get it. But it only works at a handful of schools. Really. It really does.
He is Brandon Marcello. Go follow him on Twitter at @bmarcello, all over social media as well, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere, 24/7 Sports also. And he was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's always a pleasure, Brandon. Thank you for the time.
All right, see you guys.
All right, buddy, take care. Brandon with us, as I said, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When's the last time you saw Jim Bielema?
His wife?
I Googled to make sure they were still together
Are
when we
they?
previewed this. Yeah, because there was going to be a 4 downs question.
Oh,
it's Illinois related. Yeah, they're still together.
She used to be so visible.
That was more SEC, I think.
I guess so.
Yeah, how often do you watch Illinois football? Would be my question.
Maybe twice a year.
Yeah, I would leave open this door. Okay, Brett Bielema is a graduate of where?
Iowa.
Who won't be coaching there much longer.
Kirk Ferentz.
Yeah, Ferentz is going to be done sooner than later.
Yeah. So if I'm having moderate success at Illinois, and I look at the job, the field of candidates to take my job in Iowa, who wouldn't have to change the way I play football and my roster a whole lot, who looks a lot like and coaches a style that would fit perfect at Iowa, Brett Bielema.
Yeah,
does.
I mean, sometimes when we get in that level of job, I have a hard time determining what is the better of the two jobs. But if I've, to Brandon's point there, if I've got the record good enough to get the Iowa job, why leave the Illinois job and follow a legend at Iowa,
only
right?
because it is
it's your home, and that may be it. And that may be what keeps you away from it, too. That can work against you sometimes.
Doesn't he have the Iowa tattoo?
I do think he has got the Iowa Hawkeye tattoo on his leg. Yeah.
Hemp Hill bringing you part of the show today. The great folks at Hemp Hill with a great special right now for you to get that air conditioning checked out.
Yeah, make sure right now our friends at Hemp Hill, they are there for you. Adam, Chad, Andrew, official Train dealer. And I am trying to find, here it is. With summer weather here, we're now offering Hemp Hill services, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I just feel like, yes, Brett Bielema seems to be at the end of his tenure of coaching. To be back at Illinois after what happened to him at Arkansas, I could see, him to be thankful he's at Illinois and probably stay there to the end of his career. But
he seems relatively young. I know he's in his 50s.
Right.
He's just been around for a long time.
He has, but, he's had success, really. I mean, based on what he did at Arkansas, I mean, that's kind of success at Arkansas, right?
That's right, especially at that period in time.
Yeah, as you look back on it now.
Wisconsin, I think he won 2 Rose Bowls, like 3 Big Ten championships. I mean, Brett Bielema can coach.
Yeah, and he's got Illinois back to being decent, being decent.
And that's a tough job.
Yeah, and Iowa's a tough job.
It is. I could see Iowa too, Dunaway, when Kirk Ferentz finally does hang it up, and they've just changed athletics directors, which is normally the guy's been there a long time. He and Ferentz have been together.
I don't want to be the guy that has to be
right.
here. Yeah.
You start looking at it, and you're like, the time's probably coming up here. But you wonder if all the Iowa people are like, hey, appreciate what Coach did for us. Let's move away from this system. Let's evolve a little bit.
Something different, yeah.
Let's go something different. And, hey, that could be a huge mistake for Iowa. I don't know that they can get the personnel to run, quote-unquote, something different.
How did it work for Nebraska when they initially did it?
It did not work well at all. They're still trying to get back.
And didn't Alabama really want to do that?
With Mike Price.
Initially, yeah.
With Mike Price, I mean, and that was going to be, I think, a disaster. I don't know. We never saw it, so I guess we'll never know. But I don't think Mike Price was going to be very successful in Tuscaloosa.
Just through it when you asked the question, I was like, what about Bielema, Iowa?
I mean,
if
it makes
happens.
sense unless they're just like, hey, we want something totally different.
No, I think that's a good call.
Illinois is our 40 and 40 team today at number 40, and our countdown that is voted on by you, our viewers and our listeners. We appreciate those 67 ballots in this year, and our 40th team is unveiled. We'll do a 4 downs when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Killed it over the weekend. Ate a lot of food, drank a lot of Bud Lights on the golf course. Even had dessert one night, but I didn't gain any weight this weekend. So I start the week off at a slim 191.2 Rockstar.
I was going to say, like, slim boy.
191.2. And it's going to go lower this week because I'm through the weekend already. Looking forward to that. You can get a plan to get your weight loss kicked off, or you maybe get blood pressure or cholesterol numbers in check. All that with our friends at Way to Wellness. Check out everything you need to know on their website, planforme.com, planforme.com. Type that in. It'll take you there. You'll find out about every plan designed specifically for you. Leslie and her board-certified team oversees everything. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. It is Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
About to get to our 4 downs right here, brought to you every day by our friends at Slice Pizza. Just a wonderful place to swing by there and have lunch.
4 great locations, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Make sure you get in, go see the Bajalia Brothers, enjoy that specialty pizza. Don't forget about the $75 takeout special. You get the 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, Illinois-based here. If I asked you, more wins in 2023, Illinois or Bielema's former team, the Arkansas Razorbacks?
Well, that's a really good question. I'm going to say both are 7. It's going to be that time of year, Brown, where he's so good at this.
Every time. That's 7 or 8.
Both are 7.
I think I'd go Illinois.
I'm going to edge Illinois.
I think I would too. And it's more a commentary on where I think Arkansas is going to be than where I think Illinois is going to be.
It's just, the teams, Illinois doesn't play Michigan and Ohio State. Arkansas does play Alabama and LSU. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they play restarted Auburn and really good Ole Miss and Texas A&M, who can meet expectations, and this and that. So I'm going to go Illinois, but probably both will end up at 7.
Yeah, I'm going to lean Arkansas. Illinois, again, they do avoid the 2 beasts of the Big Ten, but for whatever reason, the schedule still looks difficult.
Second down.
Along those lines, more wins, Illinois or the Chicago Bears?
I think the Bears. Detroit's the talk of the offseason, Brown, and Packers fall back. Vikings is not going to win 13 games this year, though they still could be a playoff team. They're still going to be good. I feel like the Bears could be that team playing on that final Sunday, the Nick Saban dream scenario where their fans have to watch because of the parity in the league. I feel like the Bears will be right at 8 wins.
Yeah, I think 8 and 9.
Yeah.
I like Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see what he's able to do this year. But I got a feeling it's the Bears.
So I'm going to go Bears by 1.
Yeah, I think it's really, really tight. I guess I'll go Bears as well. I don't feel great
probably
about any
both
of
at
these.
7, but it's probably I'll take Bears 8, Illinois 7.
Don't feel great about any of these.
Yeah.
Third down.
Okay, last year the Illini led the Big Ten in points per game, only giving up 12.8. If I asked you at the end of 2023, who has the better scoring defense, Alabama or Illinois?
I'll go Alabama.
Well, Illinois, their secondary was NFL quality, right? So they lose 3 players out of that secondary. So they're still good on the defensive line and linebackers, but that secondary was the reason why they were where they were.
And you lose Ryan Walters, your defense coordinator.
So I will go Alabama as a better,
I think so too.
better total defense.
Both of them are changing defensive coordinator, though. Keep in mind now. And I think Kevin Steele's probably going to give you a 18 to 20 point per game defense. That's what Kevin Steele's probably going to give you. In this day and age, that's actually pretty good.
But I can tell you there are 2 first-round draft picks on Alabama's defense. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Dallas Turner, right? You got stud recruits coming in a couple of places that may play as freshmen on that defense.
But you got to remember the SEC offenses are better than the Big Ten offenses.
They are. Yeah. Except for maybe Ohio State.
That's the thing is Illinois. The more I think about this, I think I'd take Illinois because you don't play Ohio State and Michigan. And some of those teams you're playing, they don't score a lot of points.
You don't, but I would still take Alabama.
Fourth down.
Mark Wahlberg, one of Rockstar's favorites, 52 years old today.
Producer of Entourage.
If I asked you, well, first of all, best Wahlberg movie. I got 2 that I really like.
You're going to have to help me out here a little bit.
I like Boogie Nights a lot, and I thought he was really, really good in The Departed.
I was going to go Boogie Nights.
Hang on, give me 1 second. I got to pull up.
Okay, as you do that, and this will be directed towards you, Brown. Better career though, Mark Wahlberg or Dan Marino?
Dan Marino. Dan Marino, for a lot of people, was probably before Tom Brady considered the best quarterback ever to play the game. I don't think you're ever going to argue Wahlberg's the best actor.
No, but he is producing credits. I'm not a big Wahlberg guy at all, but I think Good Vibrations was a top 10 song at one point, wasn't it, Rocky?
It was. He didn't like to talk about it though.
No, he doesn't.
Don't mention the Funky Bunch.
But he was a Calvin Klein model. He was their #1 male model for a while.
And it's Dan Marino though. And Brown, you throw Tom Brady out, and I understand he's the GOAT, the winning and everything, but I still to this day, if you line up Dan Marino and Tom Brady at their peaks, you're not going to pick Tom Brady.
No, and it was a different game then, too. I mean, you go back and you look at Marino's numbers and watch him, and you're like, oh, God, I mean, Brady's got better numbers. Well, the passing game's more refined now. Marino came out in a class that basically changed passing in the NFL forever.
Yeah, and I think Marino probably was the better quarterback. It's hard to say with
the more talented,
But you just go by at their peak, their best of their best. Who would you take if we're in the schoolyard? It would be Dan Marino.
Yeah. It would be Dan Marino.
Marino's a better quarterback.
Yeah, a couple of movies I like from Wahlberg that you did not mention, and I agree, The Departed's probably his best.
Planet of the Apes. That's a great one.
I like the Italian Job.
I didn't like that one.
The Italian Job was a good flick.
I like that too, man. I like those little toy cars.
And I'm telling you, an underrated movie, Deepwater Horizon. I'm as shocked as anybody that it was good, but it was good.
Did not watch it.
Perfect Storm.
Good flick.
Lone Survivor.
Oh, I don't know about Perfect Storm.
Troy says Daddy's Home. I haven't seen Daddy's Home. I've seen Daddy's Home 2. I watch it every Christmas with the kids, and Mel Gibson makes that movie. I mean, it's hokey, but Mel Gibson's really funny.
Brett telling you all you need to know about Brett right there. If it's over 2 hours, it's a no for me.
I'm kind of with Brett on that one.
We found that out from Brown.
Kind of with Brett on that one. I don't need to. I mean, over 2 hours, that's a lot of movie for me.
So no matter the enjoyment, there are some things that you don't want to go too long on.
I don't think most movies you can make enjoyable over 2 hours. That's my point there. I think,
The Godfather over 2 hours?
It is, and I think there's a lot of wasted space in The Godfather. I love the movie Rockstar, but you could have tightened that baby up a little bit. I could get you, what's Godfather, probably 3.5?
Probably, yeah. And then
I could get you out of the theater in an hour 45, and you've not missed a thing with The Godfather.
Tyler mentioned Departed. Departed's a long film.
It's a long film, yeah. Yeah, you could probably cut a lot of that, too.
What about Saving Private Ryan?
Saving Private Ryan's phenomenal. Wouldn't touch
great.
it.
Hell, I was on that beach to start the movie for 30 minutes.
But it seemed like 5.
It seemed like, it was... That's about as much carnage you can get, realistic carnage in a film.
Absolutely.
Four Downs brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, again, 4 locations. Get in for lunch or dinner. The best specialty pizzas out there. It's local pizza, local ingredients. Go see the Bajaya Brothers. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
169 minutes for Saving Private Ryan, by the way.
That's 3 hours and what?
No, it's not.
No, it's not 3 hours.
2.5.
2 hours.
Yeah, 240.
240.
240. That's a long movie. It's almost 3 hours, bro.
It's almost 3 hours. That's a great use of 3 hours right there.
I used all my addition and subtraction.
Yeah, it's
yesterday.
very well done by you.
Yeah, on the 40 and 40 countdown. They got us Illinois at number 40. That's where a lot of the 4 Downs came from. Show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at Odie's. We're back out there Wednesday night. Let me see if I can piece this together. On Wednesday, I'm going to go old school, the original cast.
It
LT, Rockstar, and Will Haber.
I got a Wednesday off.
That's the rumor right now. It is Monday, so we don't want to jump ahead.
we call it Throwback Wednesday.
But yes, come out and join us. Odie's Team Trivia every single Wednesday night. Just drop by. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for the last 3 decades. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, salads, inside or outside on that great patio. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Here's the girl I was telling you about that ended up shutting down Alabama. Their drop ball movement pitcher's already been in there. That's 72.
Good time to point her out. She threw one to the backstop there, Dunaway.
Yeah, she did, which gets a runner in scoring position. Still 2-2 there at the top of the 5th. How the hell are you going to rule that as a pass ball?
So this is right.
How is that on the catcher?
It hit the catcher's mitt.
It did hit the catcher's
Yeah,
mitt.
but look where it hits it. I mean, it's up top.
Oh, you got to catch that.
Catch that.
I mean, hit her on the thumb.
Yeah, when you're expecting a pitch at the knees and you throw it the reality of 101 mile an hour fastball
30
at the
major
head.
league catchers catch that ball. That's a flip.
Actually,
You're right,
the Tigers catcher did it.
You're right, because she's a girl. You're right.
That's
she can't
not
catch
it.
She's a girl.
I'm saying though that's here's where it was for anybody that's not watching. It was right here.
Yeah,
it was a foot above her.
And she wanted it
her
here,
mask.
and it's there like that.
Yeah.
So that's. Yeah.
I mean, we are talking a day after a weekend where an umpire gets hit square in the face with a fastball in Major League Baseball. That catcher didn't catch that one either.
70 and 70 in the last 2 pitches to get her control there, Brown.
So she's rise ball pitcher. Is what you're telling me?
It goes in, it goes out.
A lot of movement.
A lot of movement. 2-2, Stanford and Oklahoma. If Oklahoma wins their 51st straight game, Stanford is eliminated. That's the team that beat Alabama. Forrester from a catcher's dead. That was not a wild pitch. I mean, Forrester, I could sit here and tell you that dirt is some kind of brick color, and you'd say, no, Jim, it's not. It's brown. Right? You would argue about anything with me.
No, I'm just saying I'd fuss at my own daughter if she had,
yeah.
she had not caught that one.
Well, first of all, your daughter would have fallen on it like it was a grenade and she was saving the world, right? She would have covered it up. It wouldn't have gone to the backstop. I'm not saying that she's not a great catcher. I'm just saying that was not the best pitch. Instant pass ball ruling there. Women's College World Series. It's still going on. Hockey tonight. Are you watching the hockey, Lunsford? Are you watching this at all? Vegas up 1-0.
I watched a little bit of the first game.
A little bit of the first game. I did too. Florida, and what was it? 3 goals in the first period and a half or so. A lot of goals scoring there. But Florida is trying to do what Miami's doing in basketball. Miami became last night the first 8 seed ever to win a game in the NBA Finals.
Well, I mean, how many have been in there as 8 seeds?
I don't know.
Only one.
Only one.
Yeah, 1999 Knicks who were going against Tim Duncan, David Robinson, and San Antonio.
And got swept, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't know if they got swept. It might have been 5.
If it's the first team to
it was first road game, first road win, first
gotcha.
road win. I should have thrown that out there. Now Florida's an 8 seed. We get those all the time in the Stanley Cups to make it to the finals. But Florida, not must win yet because they're not back on home ice. But they go tonight 7:00 on TNT. When we come back, we'll jump into some more college football news that's out there and continue our roll towards college football season. Now just 82 days away, right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, and again, our friends at Bud Light. Remember, Wednesday night, we're back at Top Golf on Wednesday. We'll be there right around 4 o'clock, hanging out till about 6 o'clock, getting you ready for the big showdown with the Legion in Inter Miami as they come to town. Get your tickets at bhmlegion.com. We're there with our friends at Bud Light to get ready for that soccer match again, and they'll have a lot of giveaways as we jump into a little Top Golf, portal there and get out there and hit a few golf balls for prizes. Last week, I think my top drive topped out at, I think it was 189 into that back circle. Meanwhile, Brown was bombing them into the back net.
Well, I didn't want to brag, Jim. But I think you can improve.
Well, you're losing mass, though. It's going to be hard for your strength to go up.
Well,
you started weight training, though, right?
Well, and he's hitting those steroids, too. I'm sorry, the testosterone.
Yeah, I
do have nipples.
Semi.
Yeah. Okay.
Never flaccid anymore. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the next round. A couple more segments to go here today. Don't forget the Braves off today. Back home with a series against the Mets going, I don't think it starts today. I think it's tomorrow, 6:20 on TBS. Miami's only 3.5 games back. They do play tonight on FS1 540, Kansas City and Miami. It was a rough week last week for me. I lost Succession.
Much better. Yeah.
Succession. I lost Ted Lasso, and I lost Montana Fouts pitching at Alabama.
What are you going to watch?
In that order, though, give me the most painful to the least painful.
Succession.
Was least or most?
Most. Montana, Ted Lasso.
Okay.
Yeah. I love the fact that she went out there far from 100% and was able to pitch at that against this Stanford team that's 2-2 with Oklahoma and basically held them 1-0 until the seventh inning. 2 outs in the top of the seventh, 1-0. And Murph, they said on the broadcast, and I never heard if Murph really did this or not. I was watching when he ran out there. He went out quickly and asked if she wanted to be taken out of the game for a curtain call.
Oh, to get the ovation? Yeah.
To get the ovation. But it's only a 1-0 game. They still had the at-bat in the bottom. And she laughed and said no. He laughed and walked off. But the very next pitch, the girl jacks it over the wall. Now it's 2-0. It's a very different game at that point. Trying to scratch out 1 run to extend it or 2 runs is very different.
Oh, it is. And I think this happened. I was sitting at a restaurant at a bar having dinner. And Florida State, I think they did the same with their ace. And they were only up. I was like, what the hell? It's 3-1 like in the 6th or something. And they brought her out for a curtain call.
And I was like,
that
didn't work out well.
Yeah, I get that. Hey, how about we'll just bring you back and we'll have Montana Fouts Day one day? How about you go finish the game,
Or how about
right?
once you shut it down, we'll let you do your curtain call there.
That's right. I mean, we'll bring you back. We'll build a statue or whatever. I mean, bringing it up during the game seems kind of strange.
Yeah, it was. I think it was 13 batters in a row at that point. I texted Forrester, and then he, of course, wrote something mean back, and we haven't talked since. Hey, Antonio Langham, friend of the show. Antonio Langham, friend of the show, is now on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot. I don't know how many people are on the ballot.
It's a ton. Tommy Tuberville's on there.
Tommy Tuberville's on there. I mean, you've got to.
He does not belong in the College Football Hall of Fame. I mean,
we love Tubbs, but
I like Tommy fine, but he's not a Hall of Fame.
Don't try to make an argument for this.
Well, I mean, you got to meet certain criteria to be even on the ballot. So that means he won a certain percentage of his games.
60%.
Yeah, and had to win 100+ games. Is that what it is?
I think that is right. I was going to try to find his bio that they sent out because I've got the email here with everybody that's on it. It's just way too many people to read.
Because we talk all the time about how stupid some of those rules are and who some of those rules are, and for players how some of them fall through. Antonio Langham is the reason I brought it up. Yeah. He's on the ballot to get in. It will not be remembered maybe 50 years from now. But at least as we sit here now, I don't know if we ever get the BCS playoffs and then the 4-team playoffs and now the 12-team playoffs if the SEC never first goes to the SEC Conference Championship game. And that very first year, the success of Antonio Langham's pick 6 to keep Alabama alive in 1992 of that SEC championship, where they would not get upset by Florida and allow them to go on and upset Miami and win the national championship, probably kept it from being a mutiny of people wanting to. You think we were debating 8 games or 9 games now back then, nobody really wanted that SEC championship game, and if it had eliminated the only chance to win a national championship in the SEC, coaches have been lining up the next year. Let's get rid of this.
I mean, one of the most important, really, plays of the '90s, and people, you're right, won't remember it because in that setting, it wasn't the national championship, but they did the ESPN special on it, right?
That's right.
Yeah, what was it called?
I can't remember, but I mean, I think he's easy in as a
I think he is
unanimous All-American. What's the Jim Thorpe Award winner? Yeah, I think he'll easily get in.
He should, and I don't know if it's his first time on the ballot or if he's been there a while, but hopefully Antonio can get in there.
Yeah, I think it's his first time. I will say this: the guy that is going to get argument in years moving forward is Mike Leach, and this is the first time the ballot has come out, and I'm not even sure he was eligible yet because I don't think he's been out of the game long enough. But it is going to be an argument all along because he does not meet the criteria, and he only misses the criteria by 2 games. You got to have at least a 60% win percentage, a 600 win percentage. And Mike Leach was 2 wins below that and passed away. Now, there's no guarantee had Mike Leach lived, he would have been over that 600 threshold. But
I feel pretty good he would have been, though.
I mean, it's going to be an argument for years moving forward once he is eligible for which I think is 3 years from now, before he's even eligible. But he doesn't meet the criteria, so I don't know that he'll ever be on the ballot.
More players fall through the cracks than coaches do.
That is correct, yeah.
Great coaches meet their criteria a lot easier than some of the players because you have to be recognized as one of the major All-Americans.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be first team, right?
First team.
So there are so many great quarterbacks
that's the toughest spot, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you had to do this or that. Like Bryce gets an opportunity, right? Yeah, Bryce does. Somebody doesn't get an opportunity that was really good at Alabama to be a Hall of Famer one day because of
it might have been Tua.
It may have been Tua.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want the coaches from this class? The coaches are, I mean, there's, I'm looking at it right here, Jim. There's 78 players we can't go through all the players. But I can give you the coaches. And you tell me if there's a Hall of Fame coach in this bunch. And listen, I want to say this in advance. There are a lot of these guys I like. There's some we know personally. Yeah. Larry Blakeney at Troy. I like Larry very much. Meets the criteria. I don't think.
Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, yes.
Yeah, but I don't think College Football Hall of Fame. Jim Carlin, I don't know a lot about him. Coached at West Virginia, Texas Tech, South Carolina. Pete Cawthon Sr. coached at Austin College and Texas Tech. Larry Coker's on the list. Larry Coker's not a Hall of Fame coach.
He is not.
I mean, won a national championship, right?
So far, Tommy Tuberville, unbeaten in 2004, is the best coach on this list so far.
Mark D'Antonio, Cincinnati and Michigan State, 132-74-0, 641 win percentage.
Not for me.
No. Close.
Ralph Friedgen, Maryland.
Nope.
Darryl Rogers. I'll just keep going.
What? Darryl Rogers of Texas?
No. That's
Darryl Dickey.
Darryl Royal.
Darryl Royal. Who's Darryl Rogers?
Darryl Rogers coached at most notably Arizona State and Michigan State, but it was back in the 70s and 80s. So, Frank Solich.
He won a lot of games, Brownie.
He won 173 of them. 173, 101, and 0. 631 win percentage at Nebraska and Ohio. So you say no, Lance.
Say no.
Well, then Tommy Tuberville's the last one that's on the ballot. 159, 99, and 0. 616 win percentage. I just say you don't put a coach in. There's not a coach on that ballot that belongs to me.
I would go Solich, Tuberville.
Probably so.
For me.
I mean, that just shows you, though.
And I'm okay with it being Tuberville to Solich.
Those are the only two you would consider, is what you're saying. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, Ed King is on here from Auburn. Greg Carr is on here from Auburn. Antonio Langham from Alabama, unless I have missed Takeo Spikes from Auburn. Takeo ought to be in there now. I don't know if he will be, but he ought to be.
All these years, Greg Carr's not in yet?
Greg Carr's not in, and he's been on the ballot quite a while, I believe. So I don't think Greg Carr's going to make it. But it is a massive ballot. I mean, 78 guys are on there. I don't know how you dig through that. We've talked about it. They're having to play catch-up. This is a relatively new Hall of Fame, so you're having to put in guys that played in the 50s and 60s and guys that played in the 2000s, and you're kind of trying to get them all in there, and they probably all deserve to be first-ballot people. I mean, like Willie Gault. Would you put Willie Gault in there? He's on here from Tennessee.
No, not for football.
No.
You would for track?
For track and Battle of the Network Stars, but no.
Like, I'm trying to find a
Willie Gault's
absolute
not even
slam dunk.
Is Willie Gault a top 5 receiver for Tennessee. Carl Pickens was definitely better. Jalen Hyatt, I thought, was better.
Yeah,
Peerless Price, I think, was
Peerless
better.
Price, definitely better.
All right, here are some slam dunk guys like Kajana Carter, slam dunk guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you have to forget what he wasn't in the NFL,
Yeah, that's
but
right.
in college.
And that's hard in
he
this.
It is,
But-
yes.
But you're right about that. Tim Couch, Kentucky, slam dunk.
Slam dunk.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 1 overall draft
Yeah,
pick.
number 1. Ken Dorsey, Miami. Would you put Ken Dorsey as a slam dunk?
Yeah.
I mean, his record was crazy.
Yeah, I'd put Ken Dorsey over Tim Couch.
Yeah.
I think Dorsey had 1 loss.
Warwick Dunn, Florida State.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
shocked he's just on the ballot. How is he not already in Warwick Dunn? What about Ryan Leaf, Washington State? What would you do? I mean, you got to flush the failure in the NFL. He's a really good.
Yeah, as good as Bledsoe was and as good as Gardner Minshew was, I would almost say that Ryan Leaf might have been the best Washington State quarterback at least one season.
Yeah, in college, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just scratching the surface. Julius Peppers in North Carolina.
How the hell is Julius Peppers not in the
Well,
Hall of Fame
that's
yet?
the problem with
Peppers
this.
had a better NFL career than he had college because, he was split time playing basketball.
But
He was
North
good.
Carolina, right?
Yeah.
The guy
Oh,
was
yeah.
unbelievable at North
No, yeah,
Carolina.
absolutely
Wasn't he
was.
part of the Mac Brown teams when Mac got him really good, like
I think
10 and
so.
1 every year?
Maybe it was Carl Torbush.
Yeah,
I don't know. But
it was close.
yeah. Terrell Suggs at Arizona State.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
He's got the
slam dunk.
sack record for a single season.
Yeah.
Terrell Suggs is not in the Hall of Fame
I'm
yet?
about to blow your mind with a guy that I think's been eligible for quite a while, Michael Vick, Virginia Tech. I mean, that is an automatic. I don't even have to think twice about Michael Vick.
Is there a chance that he wasn't on the ballot for a while because of the dog incident?
Maybe
He's just
so.
now back on there? Because how's Michael Vick not in there?
don't know. I mean,
he
that-
single-handedly carried his team to virtually a national championship
And
game.
you guys are getting the point I'm trying to make here is, I mean, you're having to put a lot of guys in at one time.
Yeah, but is
I
there
mean,
a limit? I mean, we could play catch up by putting 15 in at one time.
Well, I think they probably do a banquet, and they don't want the banquet to last 8 days.
Make it a festival. Do 3 days of banquets.
Like a musical festival.
Yeah. Hey, our show being brought to you by Rockstar's viewing menu today and our friends at New Life Art. What a great event last Thursday, where a lot of you got a chance to go out there and talk to Daniel A. Moore and see the new release that he has commissioned. Rockstar will tell you about the viewing menu right after LT tells us about New Life.
Yeah, that new masterwork in oils as the legacy continues. This full color composition will capture the spirit of the continuing Crimson Dynasty of Alabama football. You can see the artist's preliminary pencil sketch for this exciting upcoming release now.
Am I right
Go
about
to
this, LT?
DanielMooreArt.com.
That was an original piece that was basically everything before Saban.
Yeah.
And this is the new Daniel A. Moore that's incorporating
The next 30 years.
the Saban years along with the Bryant years, everything up to this point for Alabama.
And it's just a great looking piece right there. You can order yours. They're going to be releasing this as limited edition fine art prints and canvases. Order yours by July 15th. Take advantage of special pre-publication pricing. Go to DanielMooreArt.com.
Yeah. What do you got, Rocky?
The writer's strike is still going on, and you are going to see a lot of what they call reality television coming.
Stuff that don't need writers, right?
We got a new show.
We'll show them.
Yeah.
A new show premiering on Fox tonight, and which is interesting to me is that somebody came up with this and got the go-ahead. Stars on Mars, 7 p.m. on Fox. Follows a simulation of what it might be like to be an astronaut on Mars, all with celebrity contestants competing to be the last one standing, called the Celebranaut.
This is on where?
Fox. This includes William Shatner,
Uh-huh.
McLovin. You guys remember McLovin?
I do.
The chick that played the older sister on Modern Family. And
What was her name?
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey's on there?
Yeah.
Boy,
So-
burn fast with the Ronda Rousey.
The oldest girl. I can almost say her name. The oldest girl on Modern Family. I cannot say her name.
Yeah, I can't
Haley.
either.
Haley.
Haley's her name on the show.
Oh yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
That's the highlight.
Yeah,
of
I'm not
tonight.
watching that one. All right.
But just to see that, get ready for a bunch of stuff that they're going to be filming because they're not filming anything right now because of the writer's strike. I don't know how close they are to getting a deal.
Well,
but everything is on pause.
I saw that show that Lunsford really liked on HBO, The End of Us or whatever it's called.
Last of Us. That's a great show.
Yeah, but I mean, they're on a huge. They fear that they're going to be on a huge break now, Lunsford, because of the writer's strike.
Sarah
It was gonna be a little
Hyland.
bit of a break
That's
anyway,
it.
but yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not Sarah Hyland. She played my
Yeah,
bad.
it is.
She's the smart sister.
Oh, the one.
Oh.
with the glasses.
Oh, the other one.
Smart
That's-
sister.
okay.
My bad.
Ariel
Ariel.
is what Chris says over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
But Rhonda's fallen a little bit, hadn't she?
Ronda Rousey.
She was going to be like the next big thing, but
Yeah.
she lost that one fight.
Yeah, that's the way it happens.
Oh, you missed some of the best ones though. Marshawn Lynch is on it. Richard Sherman's on it.
Jeez.
They didn't show the athletes.
Lance Armstrong is on it.
Oh, Lance.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Those people need to check that bad.
Well, it would be cool to be at it, like say, hey,
Well, I guess if you
I'm
don't
a
have to-
celeb or not.
If you don't have to pay writers, you can just pay a lot for your cruise.
So my question, will they be like in oxygen tanks and stuff? What
It just
life
says
is like on
simulation.
Mars?
You got to tune in 7 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, Rockstar doesn't want to ruin it for us.
Because Lance could eliminate me really quick by just pulling my oxygen hose, and I'm out there. You got to tap out, Jim. You got to.
Stakey doesn't make it. Stakey doesn't make it.
Yeah, Stakey doesn't make it. All right, one last thought on our college football thought of the day when we come back right here on TNR. That was our New Life viewing menu brought to you right there by our friends at New Life Art. We continue on. Still 2-2, top of the six, Oklahoma, trying to salvage their 51-game win streak if they can win here today at the College World Series.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Precision Sports brings you our final segment, getting you back in the game today. Our friends at Precision Sports, LT.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Contact your favorite provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic. You hurt the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Maybe you're finding a little pain in the knee from getting off the couch at halftime. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885. Visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
AL.com with a story today. UAB's Trent Dilfer says he's competing against Georgia and Alabama in NIL to retain players. That's the headline.
Well, I mean, he's lost one, obviously, to Alabama. And he sat in here in this studio. I believe you were gone, Dunaway, when Coach came in. And he said, like, when a kid hits the portal, people on Twitter are always sending him messages. He goes, I see the messages, y'all. So this is great for UAB. And he's like, hey, I agree. This kid would be great for our system. Where do I get the $150,000? And that's basically what he said was,
this guy's in the portal.
Right.
I wasn't here. So this guy's in the portal. I would love to bring him to UAB, but basically he's out there in the portal, and the asking price is $150,000.
Yeah, that's basically what Coach Dilfer was saying is you guys I'm fine with y'all sending me all these guys that are perfect for the UAB system, but I'm going to put words in his mouth. That's not what he said. But unless you're sending it with a $150,000 donation, we're not in the game for this guy. I mean, they've got to make the thing with NIL now is, and we talked about this with UTSA because they lost the receiver to Ole Miss, and they had to invest so much in their quarterback. The top tier schools maybe can miss on a guy or two. If you're UAB, you got to make that NIL money. You got to make it go as far as it can. You can't really miss on guys.
Well, and this is the quote. He says, with the Tennessees, the Alabamas, the Georgias, he's competing with if they want one of his players. So that's who I'm competing against. So how can I say if they offer $400,000, do I even need to offer my $50,000?
Yeah, well, that's what he said when he was in studio. I don't know if it was on air or off air, but he said, some of these guys we can't even approach with the numbers that they're getting. Like, we're just not competitive.
Yeah, I mean, why even bother, right? Why waste your manpower if a guy's being offered $250 from an SEC school? I mean, maybe you get him to Birmingham and he's like, you know what? I really love this campus. You know how much I love it? I love it about $200,000 worth. I'm going to forego $200,000 to come play here. I mean, what are the odds that's going to happen? You just got to use your manpower smarter than that.
Absolutely. Well, that's the concern is that UAB, which has had great success in recent years, but now in this NIL world, that if you do have a star player, that you don't want to become basically AAA to the big money schools, the schools that have the collectives in the NIL, they're ready to go. You worry about that. Ole Miss picks up the big receiver in the portal to come help them out. So there's Franklin, a 2-time 100,000-yard receiver for UTSA, poised on maybe their best season ever for the Roadrunners as they move to the American, but he's gone to Ole Miss likely because of money.
But, I mean, here's the other thing, too. Like, if you convince a guy, take less money to come to my school, okay? You're going to love my campus. You're going to love everything we do, yada, 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 yada. The first time something goes wrong, the first time something goes bad, is that guy going to start with I could have had more money going here. I mean, even if you win those battles, the battle's not over at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the sad thing is if you got more than a year of eligibility, I mean, you're basically having to continue to give more and more each and every year if they produce.
Yeah, I mean, it's I tell you, man, it's just.
That's why there'll never be a salary cap. They might say there is. It's not going to work.
There's not going to be a real salary cap.
No,
there may be a figurative salary cap.
Yeah, but that just opens up NCAA investigations.
Opens up cheating.
I sort of like it right now where
I'm kind of with you.
With no rules.
Yeah, nobody's really cheating because there's nothing you can cheat.
Yeah, I like it better where we're not everybody having to worry about who's going to be hammered next, who's not going to be on TV next year. That's our show today. We've started our countdown. We'll go to 39 and start cooking pretty soon. By the way, I've seen the list. Later this week, Thursday or Friday, make sure you're tuning in. You're going to like a team that slides in there.
Look out.
Until I'd watch every day, though. Until then, give us a thumbs up, all that stuff. God bless you. God bless America. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central.